Chapter 1477. Wang Ling waited for less than 30 minutes before they came out of the changing room. For thousands of years, the overall style of traditional Chinese clothing had been light and plain. Although the style was simple, everyone looked different when they wore it. When they wore it, it gave off a faint artsy vibe, as if they had traveled back in time to the past. This was also the reason why traditional Chinese clothing was sought after by so many young people in modern times. The traditional Chinese clothing that Li Yuyue had chosen was called Red Maple of the Ages. It was a red robe with maple leaves and white rust patterns that symbolized raging fire. From Wang Ling's point of view, this red traditional Chinese clothing really matched Li Yuyue's temperament. Li Yuyue was a sunny girl who was passionate about making delicious food and had been around fire all year round. Her extroverted personality could be felt in this simple traditional Chinese clothing. Where's Lotus Sun? On the other side, Super Chen and Hero Guo also came out. The two brothers had chosen the same style, which was called Night Waves Don't Startle, and was a set of hanfu that was mainly black with a little white underwear. But to be honest, the effect of this Night Waves Don't Startle jacket was very average on Super Chen and Hero Guo. Why did you choose this? It doesn't suit you. Li Yuyue dropped her forehead into her hand. Didn't I tell you before that you'd look better with red and gold? Any girl would feel helpless when it came to straight men's aesthetics. Boys usually didn't care too much about how they dressed. A lot of things were influenced by their environment, and people weren't born to dress up. It took time to develop. Everyone was different when it came to wearing traditional Chinese clothing, so Li Yuyue didn't think it was a problem with the clothes. It was that Super Chen and Hero Guo didn't quite fit the temperament of traditional Chinese clothing. One was a muscular, hot-blooded Shinibu teenager who was addicted to games but didn't forget to exercise. The other was a 10-year fat homebody who was addicted to games but didn't exercise, and spent all day flirting with his parrot at home. When the two of them came out in this traditional Chinese clothing, Li Yuyue felt that Super Chen and Hero Guo were like the foolish sons of a landlord. She couldn't bear to look at the scene. It's mainly because old Guo doesn't have a suitable size, and this unshaken Night Waves is the only one. It can't be helped. In order not to embarrass old Guo, as his brother, of course I have to accompany him. Super Chen wrapped one arm around Hero Guo's neck and grinned. Of course he knew that this Han costume didn't really match his temperament, but he didn't care too much whether it looked good or not. The main thing was that Super Chen didn't have the burden of being an idol. Secondly, they weren't the main characters tonight. Moreover, even if he really found a suitable Han costume, Super Chen felt that the upper body effect was far worse than Wang Ling's. That, flying to the moon through the clouds, was really too imaginative. When Wang Ling had come out of the changing room earlier, even Super Chen had been staring at it. In essence, people would always cast their eyes on beautiful things without hesitation. Even a straight man like him had fallen for it, so it wasn't hard to understand why the girls who took out their phones to take pictures would behave in such a rude manner. So, in the locker room, he and Hero Guo had already come to a decision. Later, when they were watching the fountain show, he would find an excuse to slip away and leave the scene to Boss Sun. There were many people looking at the fountain. With so many eyes, it wouldn't be unusual for them to get separated from the crowd. At that moment, Wang Ling sighed in his heart. He knew it. These two traitors couldn't be relied on. About 3 minutes later, Lotus Sun's voice suddenly rang out. Sorry to have kept everyone waiting. The girl was wearing a dark blue Han costume with a sparkling blue top and a spotless white skirt that was like a bright moon in a calm lake. Everything perfectly reflected the original name of this Han costume, Bright Moon Glass. Super Chen and Hero Guo's eyes were glazed. At that moment, they felt that Lotus Sun was like Lu Li who had walked out of a painting, causing their emotions to ripple slightly at first before swiftly sinking into a kind of tranquility. It gave off the sense of time stopping and the beauty of life. How is it? Doesn't look good, does it? Lotus Sun had a round bright moon fan in her hand. This was a small accessory that went with the Han costume. The actress shyly hid her expression as she stared fixedly at the youngster in white in front of her. Wang Ling's expression, however, didn't show much surprise, because he could actually imagine Lotus Sun in a Han costume. Clothes made the man, and clothes could indeed give a person a completely different kind of spirit, but the most important thing was that a person had to be good-looking. When a person's good looks had already reached saturation, they would still be saturation even if they changed their clothes, so Wang Ling didn't know how to evaluate her. On the other hand, Hero Gua and Super Chin sighed endlessly from the bottom of their hearts. Wang Ling, aren't you going to say something? Seeing that Wang Ling hadn't replied for a long time, Li Yuyue was a little anxious. She cleared her throat and lectured him in the tone of an elder sister. When a girl needs to be evaluated, you should. That's the most basic courtesy. Somehow, Wang Ling felt that this segment was a little like a survival test. In any case, it was a compliment. He didn't know how to say it, but he did know some truth. At that moment, Wang Ling looked at the girl and said, "She's pretty to begin with." This was indeed what Wang Ling thought was the truth, but when he said it, Lotus Sun's face instantly turned scalding hot. She hadn't expected Wang Ling to actually say this. In a split second, the girl felt as if her heart had been ruthlessly struck by something, and she immediately used the round fan to cover her shy face. Li Yuyue saw that the back of the fan seemed to be smoking. "Are you satisfied now?" She moved her face closer and whispered to Steam Beauty behind the fan. The girl's face couldn't help turning even redder. Then, Li Yuyue turned her gaze to Wang Ling. The youngster in front of her had a calm and unperturbed expression on his face. Crossing her arms, Li Yuyue felt a little gloomy, and suddenly felt that Wang Ling's wooden nature was hopeless. She muttered helplessly in her heart, "So, he really doesn't know that he's very seductive." After everyone had changed, it was time to enjoy the night fountain show. The Dragon Spring Fountain on Ancient Street was very famous and had been around for a long time. It had been built by an emperor in the old era to please his beloved concubine. The entire fountain was the size of 2 basketball courts, and had a total of 88 bronze dragon heads, which was why it was called Dragon Spring. As for the fountain's water source, it was drawn from Dragon Tooth Mountain on the side. This was a huge project, and had once been regarded as a symbol of the emperor exploiting the working people at the bottom of the hierarchy. But at some point, the Dragon Spring on Ancient Cultivation Cultural Street had become an internet sensation. Even the story had changed. It had become a wonderful and touching love story between an infatuated emperor and a pure concubine. With this change, Dragon Spring had instantly become a famous tourist attraction. Touching the dragon head, tossing a coin, and praying for blessings by the fountain had practically become an essential part of the fountain show. "I've prepared some coins. Everyone, make a wish before the fountain show starts," Li Yuyue said at that moment. She distributed the 1 yuan coins to everyone one by one. Wang Ling imitated the passers-by on the side, and first touched the bronze dragon head next to the fountain. In the end, when he touched it, he realized that his dragon head wasn't the same as the one next to it, because the dragon horn of the dragon head he touched had already been rubbed flat. It was okay that it had been touched bald, Wang Ling sighed in his heart. He just touched it lightly, and then set up a timed repair spell for the dragon head he had touched. Since he was able to touch the dragon head, it was fate for this dragon head. Wang Ling felt that he had done a good deed by fixing it. After setting up the timed repair spell, everything was set. When no one was paying attention to the dragon head, its dragon horn would grow out while no one was looking. Then, Wang Ling imitated the others and gently dropped the coin into the fountain. He didn't dare directly toss the coin like some people. If he used too much force, the coin would be as powerful as a nuclear torpedo. Then, it was time to close their eyes and make a wish. Wish. The sound of a clear spring. Super Chen made rapid progress. He made a wish and shouted at the same time, startling the people nearby. When all was said and done, he was a veteran player of 10 years of toxic milk powder. On the side, Hero Guo laughed. This was a game meme that only those who understood would understand. Then, he also closed his eyes and started his own wish. Looking at the pious expressions on the faces of the people around him, Wang Ling pondered his own wish. Actually, there were times when people just made a wish to give themselves psychological comfort so that they could put down their burdens and move on. There were actually a lot of rumors about the efficacy of the dragon spring. Wang Ling wasn't sure whether they were true or not. After all, businesses nowadays would do anything to hype up tourist attractions. Fabricating a beautiful fairy tale-like story was already considered kind. A while ago, a scenic spot called Sky Realm had appeared, which was claimed to be the first in the country and had been produced at a huge cost. The Sky Realm, in the promotional poster for the scenic spot, was a combination of blue sky and white clouds that looked like a dream. But in reality, the real classic was just a few mirrors covered in muddy shoe prints on a pond. This was the real difference between a buyer's show and a seller's show. But whether it was useful or not, when it came to making a wish, it was better to believe it was real. You still had to have a dream. What if it came true? And so, Wang Ling closed his eyes. And he didn't open them for a long time. The main thing was that he had a lot of wishes. Classmate Wang Ling, you must be wishing to eat crispy noodle snacks with different flavors, right? Looking at the earnest expression on the youngster's face with his eyes closed, Lotus Sun smiled sweetly. Then, she also closed her eyes and piously made her wish to the dragon spring. Her wish was, no matter what Wang Ling wished for, it would come true, just in time. On the other side, Jua and Jiugong also arrived at the scene. They had also changed into traditional Chinese clothes and were here. What was worth ridiculing was that they were wearing the same style. They had both chosen the traditional Chinese clothes called Purple Gold Galaxy. Jiugong Ryoko had chosen the traditional Chinese clothes in the changing room and hadn't gone through with Jua earlier. Even under these circumstances, it was still a coincidence. The pattern of the male version of the Purple Gold Galaxy were different from the female version. However, the highly similar color scheme made them look like a couple when they stood next to each other. Was it a coincidence? Of course not. There were so many styles of traditional Chinese clothes, how could they possibly choose the same one? It was just that Jua had asked a good brother to help him ask around when Jiugong Ryoko was choosing her clothes. Of course, Jua couldn't expose such a small trick. As soon as he came out, he had a flabbergasted expression on his face as he lamented that his and Jiugong Ryoko's train of thought were similar, and even embellished the story with phrases like, a match made in heaven, and a telepathic connection. This had directly caused the girl's face to flush red until now. Of course, in this case, she just needed to change into a new set of traditional Chinese clothes. But Jiugong Ryoko felt that since there was nothing between them, there was no need to hide it too much, and it was better to be more open. To be honest, she didn't know why she had thought of that magical logic at that time. It wasn't until she was wearing the same style of traditional Chinese clothes as Jua on the street that Jiugong Ryoko wanted to slap herself. I'm telling you, don't get too close to me, it's too easy for people to misunderstand. Jiugong Ryoko muttered by the fountain. There was a hubbub of voices nearby, but it was very easy for Jua to distinguish Jiugong Ryoko's voice among them. But he deliberately pretended not to hear her, and just smiled at the girl in front of him. What? He was a little taller than Jiugong, and from this angle, this girl's slightly soft and cute voice was like a cat's paw, tickling Jua's heart. I'm telling you, don't get too close to me, otherwise people will misunderstand. Jiugong Ryoko tried to speak a little louder. What? You want me to get closer to you? Okay. Shameless, the corners of Jiugong Ryoko's mouth twitched. She was sure that Jua had heard her 100%, and was definitely teasing her. The girl clenched her fists with all her might, trying not to flare up. Then, she straightaway stood on tiptoe, intending to speak directly into Jua's ear. At this distance, this old liar would definitely hear her. But what Jiugong Ryoko didn't expect was that just as she stood on tiptoe, Jua also lowered his head, intending to fish out a coin from his pocket. At this moment, the foreheads of the two of them lightly touched each other. In an instant, Jiugong Ryoko blushed beyond belief. She abruptly turned her back on Jua. What's wrong? No, nothing, am I too close? Forget it, there are too many people, let's just do this. After saying that, the girl added, when there are fewer people, stay away from me immediately. Got it, got it. Ah Chua smiled dotingly. Chapter 1478. At 8:30 that evening, the Dragon Spring in the central square of Old Street started its dreamlike fountain show on time. 88 dragon heads slowly raised their heads in front of everyone's eyes, and many people who were watching the Dragon Spring for the first time were amazed. This was one of the famous scenes before the start of the Dragon Spring Fountain Show, also known as the dragon raising its head. But it wasn't modified by modern technology, but by exquisite ancient craftsmanship. In the old era, to be able to develop such a high-tech fountain through mechanical design, it could only be said that the engineer who had built the Dragon Spring back then, he was indeed an extraordinary talent. However, there was still no definite answer to the question of who the creator of the Dragon Spring belonged to, and history experts debated endlessly. But there was one point of view that was unified. And that was that these history experts still believed that, the descendants of the creator of the Dragon Spring must still be in this world. The splendid lights, combined with the beautiful spray of water from the copper dragon heads combined with classical music, formed a fine seven-colored mist in the air, giving people the illusion that they were in an illusory world. Countless columns of water towered into the clouds, sometimes domineering and magnificent, sometimes graceful and graceful, sometimes light and lively, and sometimes ringing like a great bell. All kinds of changes stirred the hearts of the onlookers. For a moment, the couples by the fountain embraced each other, and everyone tacitly quieted down as they quietly watched the fountain show in front of them. Looking around, Ryoko Kyuko suddenly realized that the scene seemed a little awkward. Next to her, the couples were almost all hugging each other, which made Ryoko's face darken. It was just watching a fountain, was that necessary? It wasn't like they were on the Titanic. If they wanted to nibble, why didn't they do it in bed? You don't look very happy. Do you want a hug? Ah Chua's voice sounded at that moment. How am I unhappy? Ryoko said, also. You were clearly behind me. How could you have seen my expression? I could tell from your aura, Ah Chua said. That's the benefit of having a high cultivation level. Don't be too pleased with yourself, old liar. I'm still suspicious of you, the girl said. Do you think it's possible to cultivate to my level of fighting strength in 6 years? Ah Chua smiled with a relaxed expression on his face. What if you have a fortuitous encounter? Who knows? Ryoko Kwamiya pouted and snorted. So now you're avoiding my question? Ah Chua asked. What problem? Ryoko Kamiya pretended not to know. I asked you just now if you wanted a hug. Ah Chua stepped forward. Don't move. Sensing that Ah Chua's aura was getting closer, Ryoko instantly panicked a little. With a red face, she warned him in her own way, don't come near me. I really will be angry. Alright, I understand. Ah Chua stepped back and raised his hands in surrender. Sigh, as expected of Yoshiko, even when she was angry, she was still so cute, as the saying went, haste makes waste. Ah Chua had plenty of patience for this. I've mentioned it before. Know when to relax, this was Ah Chua's first love rule for Ryoko Kamiya. At that moment, Ah Chua turned his gaze to the other side. But when he saw that Wang Ling's eyes were still closed, he was stunned. This wish was perhaps a little too long, but very quickly, he realized what on earth was going on. It must be because the surrounding couples were hugging each other, causing Master to fall into an awkward situation. And the worst thing was, even Lotus Sun seemed to be surrounded by people. The two of them weren't far from each other, but there were couples all around them, and they were sandwiched in the middle like a game of Go. It was very obvious that Hiro Gua, Super Chen, and Li Yuyue had retreated in time, leaving the space for the two of them. But they had underestimated the number of couples around Longquan. The situation doesn't look good. I have to think of something. He had come to the old street this time mainly because he had been ordered by Wang Ling to help them out. Although he was flirting with Ryoko Kamiya, he still hadn't forgotten the task Shifu had given him. He could only go over first. Audjua himself wasn't afraid of embarrassment. He then took the initiative to walk in Wang Ling's direction. Sensing that Audjua's aura was getting farther away, Ryoko hurriedly asked, "Where are you going?" "Ah, I'm going to the bathroom. Do you want to follow me?" "Who wants to follow you?" The girl snorted. Out of the corner of her eye, she looked in the direction Audjua was leaving in, and her intuition told her that things weren't that simple. So, should she follow him and take a look? Ryoko was conflicted. She took about 3 seconds to think, and finally took a step forward. Of course, where this guy was going had nothing to do with her. But wasn't it normal for an employer to supervise a bodyguard's work? Thinking this, the girl seemed emboldened, and she began to move forward bravely. Her steps were firm and confident. At the same time, eldest Miss Sun, who was trapped among the couples, was troubled by the situation in front of her. As soon as the fountain show started, the couples nearby had all swarmed forward to get a better look, and had instantly separated her and Wang Ling. She was now surrounded by couples, and although she could sense Wang Ling's aura not far away from her, the situation was still very awkward. And most importantly, almost all the couples around her had started to nibble at each other's cheeks. The impact of this scene was undoubtedly a critical blow to a girl in unrequited love, and most importantly, she couldn't choose this moment to disturb others, as that would be too rude. "Sorry, please excuse me." At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. It was as if she had heard the voice of her savior. She saw Audjua coming toward her and greeting the couple in front of him who were nibbling at each other's necks. The couple looked very unhappy at being disturbed. The man was a big guy with a tattoo on his arm, and he had an unhappy expression on his face. "Who are you?" "Sorry, I just wanted to excuse you. My junior sister got separated inside," Audjua said very politely. "School-style role-playing, how interesting." The tattooed man chuckled. "Bro, where did you find this student? Introduce her to me. Don't you already have a girlfriend?" Audjua frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable. It wasn't just him. When the people nearby heard this tattooed man's words, they all stopped what they were doing and looked over one after another. This was too scummy. "It's a consensual thing, it's just for fun. My partner never minded." Saying this, the tattooed man lifted his girlfriend's chin, a fierce light in his eyes. "Isn't that right, HM?" The girl lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eye. Audjua could clearly sense that she was afraid. Perhaps even the matter of becoming her girlfriend had been one-sidedly coerced by the other party. Audjua didn't have any proof of this, so he didn't care, but the man in front of him was really hateful. Unfortunately, this was a public place, and it wasn't convenient for Audjua to make a move. After all, he was still a public official. Although the other party was hateful, if he made a move here and someone filmed it and posted it online, who knew what kind of trouble it would cause? "Sorry, excuse me." At that moment, he heard Lotus Sun's voice. Because of Audjua's intervention, the couples around them stopped what they were doing and turned their gazes over to watch the show. Lotus Sun hurriedly seized the opportunity to circle around to Audjua's side from another direction. Audjua hadn't expected that his goal would actually be achieved just like that. He had wanted to go over and pull the girl out, but hadn't expected to indirectly resolve the situation instead. Lotus Sun had heard what the tattooed man had said earlier. As a girl, she was naturally very unhappy. She stared at the tattooed man and tried hard to restrain the sword chi that was ready to burst out of her. "You'd better correct your attitude." "What? Is this the junior sister you were talking about?" The tattooed man was amused and looked at Audjua. "She's not bad looking, like an idol star. How much for a night?" When he said this, a lot of people nearby felt a surge of anger in their hearts. Quite a few boys in the crowd had already rolled up their sleeves and were ready to gang up on him. Then, he plopped down on a certain bronze dragon head that had been touched bald and sneered. "Today, I'll be sitting here. I want to see who dares make a move on me." The tattooed man had a high and mighty attitude. As he sat, he pulled his girlfriend to him and held her tightly with one arm. It seemed to be a threat, and many of the young men who wanted to step forward and beat him up hesitated. They were worried that if they pushed too hard, this scumbag might hurt the girl. He's really too arrogant, this is too much, that girl must have been coerced. Should we call the police? But he hasn't done anything yet, there's no point in calling the police, right? Hey, is there no one who can come out and punish this scumbag? The girls around them were also very angry, and then they closed their eyes and started to make wishes to the dragon spring. Ah! Then, in the next moment, the tattooed man screamed like a pig being slaughtered. What was going on? One by one, the girls who had been making wishes opened their eyes. The tattooed man, who had been so smug earlier, had fallen down in front of the dragon spring, clutching his butt. 2 bloody holes had appeared in his butt from the dragon head's horns. What the hell? Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. The originally bald dragon head had actually grown horns again. It must be classmate Wang Ling. Lotus Sun instantly understood something. With a smile on her face, she instantly felt much better. As expected of Shifu, Audiobook couldn't help laughing. He then gently tugged at the corner of Lotus Sun's hanfu and said in a low voice, "Junior Lotus Sun, there are too many people here. Shifu has already gone out. I think he has something for you." Ah! Wang Ling, he wants to give me a present. The girl was pleasantly surprised. You'll know when you go out and take a look. Let's go. Audiobook smiled, then took the girl's hand, intending to lead her to where Wang Ling was. This scene was witnessed by Kyuya Ryoko. Chapter 1479. The tattooed man's situation was even worse than everyone had imagined. The dragon horn was a little long, and it had directly pierced through his butt. Furthermore, the angle at which the dragon horn had grown was too tricky. Everyone couldn't help sighing in their hearts. This was probably the legendary "ball will burst." The originally bald dragon head suddenly grew 2 pairs of horns as it punished the scumbag in front of everyone. Such a scene could not be said not to be gratifying. A lot of people at the scene were alarmed by this miraculous phenomenon. A lot of materialists didn't believe in making wishes to begin with, but after seeing this scene with their own eyes, they all threw their coins at the dragon spring and piously made wishes. And so, the second wish ceremony began. The scene was dead silent. Everyone put their palms together, faced the dragon spring, and closed their eyes to pray. But no one called an ambulance. The tattooed man lay on the ground with his butt sticking out in the air. His face was pale from the pain, but he already had no energy left to speak. As for the girl he had coerced into becoming his girlfriend, she had already left the scene. The dragon horn had pierced the tattooed man's butt. Although Wang Ling had cast the spell, it really hadn't been calculated in advance, and was purely an accident. Evil people would be tormented by evil people, and retribution would come sooner or later, so sometimes, people shouldn't have no bottom line. On the other side, Ryoko Q's resentment had already begun to spread. It turned out that a woman's sixth sense was really scary. Moreover, Ryoko's sixth sense was innately accurate. At the same time, it was a label that Audiobook had always ignored. An indescribable anger welled up in Ryoko's heart. Sure enough, a leopard couldn't change its spots. An old liar was still an old liar. What happened to going to the washroom? Why had she come to this place? Furthermore, she was actually holding the hand of Lotus Sun, whom she had always regarded as her rival. Ryoko did her best to calm down, because if she looked angry now, it would mean that she actually cared a lot. She didn't want to show an expression of menstruation disorder in front of this old liar. Thus, her eyes narrowed slightly, and she used the round fan in her hand as a cover as she stealthily followed Audiobook from behind. As the saying went, catch someone dirty, catch adultery. No, strictly speaking, this didn't seem to count as catching adultery. This time, they were just looking for evidence that Audiobook had left his post without permission. As a bodyguard, he actually used the excuse of going to the washroom as an excuse to cheat on someone else. This was too much. Audra held Lotus Sun's hand all the way until they were out of the crowd. There were too many people, so bringing a girl along was actually a gentlemanly behavior. The main thing was that they were already very familiar with each other, so they didn't have any strange ideas or thoughts about each other. Of course, that was if Wang Ling was the one holding her. That would be different. This short 10-some meter walk away from the crowd was enough for Lotus Sun to conjure up a 100,000-word romance novel. Senior Audra, don't you feel a little cold? As they walked, Lotus Sun suddenly felt that something wasn't right. I really didn't expect there to be so many people today. It's probably because he left the crowd. Audra said. It was mainly because they had just been watching the fountain show inside. The crowd was crowded together, and it was indeed a little stuffy. Come with me, Shifu is still there, said Audra. He had nothing else on his mind now, and just wanted to bring his Shifu over as soon as possible, and then quickly return to Kyoyoko's side. The direction they were heading in actually happened to be in the direction of the washroom. Audra had calculated the time it would take to get there and back. It was a pity that the incident with the tattooed man had delayed them a little. Otherwise, he would have brought the girl there long ago. As the two of them moved forward, Kyoyoko stealthily followed them. She knew that Audra could sense her aura, so she didn't dare get too close, and just observed what was going on in front of her from a distance. Halfway there, Lotus Sun suddenly stopped. Senior Audra, did you hear something? I think I heard someone talking about me. No way. Then, Audra also paused. It's coming from the southeast. Lotus Sun frowned slightly. Carefully distinguishing the sound, he finally confirmed its direction. It was coming from 2nd Street, the ancient cultivation cultural street. Moreover, the voice was clearly coming from a mobile phone. It was a person communicating with the person on the other side of the phone. When on earth can we send the blackmail letter? There's no hurry. Eldest Miss Sun is a valuable hostage. Keep an eye on her, we'll be there soon. I wonder how much Wagwa Water Curtain Group is willing to pay to ransom her, hee. What about this guy who was caught with us? Did you see his face? Yes. At that moment, the voice of the person on the other end of the phone suddenly turned gloomy. There's no other way. Find someone to take him to a deserted place and kill him. Make sure he's clean. Got it, that was the end of the call. I've been caught. Both Lotus Sun and Audra were baffled. The kidnappers of unknown origin hadn't expected Lotus Sun, who was standing several hundred meters away, to hear their conversation loud and clear. Amplifying one's hearing was actually very uncomfortable, because all kinds of sounds entered one's ears. In fact, it was an instinctive reflex. The girl had heard the term eldest Miss Sun many times, so she naturally reacted. At first, she thought that someone was talking about her, and out of curiosity, she amplified her hearing. In the end, after some probing, Lotus Sun realized that she seemed to have learned something incredible. Frowning, Audra suddenly thought of something. I think they might have caught the wrong person, that's right. It's classmate Jiang. Lotus Sun quickly understood. Classmate Jiang does look a little like me, then there's no mistaking it. At that moment, Audra opened his eyes. I know. Classmate Jiang brought brother Wei Ji here today, but their auras have already disappeared. They've probably been locked up somewhere by these kidnappers. Then what do we do now? Lotus Sun was a little anxious. There's no other way. Junior Lotus Sun, hurry and meet Shifu. Leave this matter to me, Audra said at that moment. The situation was critical, and he was about to move, when the girl pulled him back. Senior, wait. Do you have something to tell me? I think I should handle this matter, Lotus Sun said. She actually didn't like Jiang Yingying very much because she kept trying to get close to Wang Ling. But if she put Jiang Yingying in danger, that wasn't what Lotus Sun wanted to see. Since this group of kidnappers had been after her from the beginning, as long as she went over, maybe they would give up on hurting Jiang Yingying and Wei Ji. In any case, these kidnappers probably couldn't hurt her. After a few seconds of silence, Audrey finally respected the girl's opinion. Very well, then be careful, junior sister. I'll leave classmate Jiang Yingying to you. I'll explain the situation to Shifu. I'll be back soon. Lotus Sun nodded, then quickly ran in the direction she had heard earlier. When Odd Chua came back to his senses, there was only the alluring figure of a young girl left in front of him. But at that moment, he noticed that the air around him seemed to have turned colder. Behind him, Kamiya Ryoko secretly narrowed her eyes as she watched him from a distance. The hidden bitterness emitted from it was so cold that no one dared to get close to it. Kamiya Ryoko didn't know whether this little friend had a lot of questions. But right now, there were indeed a lot of questions. She wanted to know who on earth that Jiang Yingying was. Listening to Odd Chua's tone and how he called her a classmate, she should also be a girl studying at number 60 high school. A liar was still a liar. While watching the fountain show, he had actually hooked up with 3 junior sisters in a row. Shameless. Big liar. At that moment, Kamiya Ryoko finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted angrily at Odd Chua's back in the distance. Chapter 1480. This roar startled countless gazes on the old street and turned towards Kwamiya Yoshiko. The girl was so angry that her breasts bulged. Even though she didn't have breasts that could rise and fall, Odd Chua had never seen Jamiya Ryoko so angry. She must have roared with all her might. Perhaps to Jamiya Ryoko, the lethality of this roar was as shocking as a battlefield roar. But Odd Chua wasn't afraid at all. Yoshiko was so cute that he liked her even when she roared. But Odd Chua had miscalculated when Kamiya Yoshiko caught up with him. He was too focused on helping his master out of trouble and guiding his mistress to meet up with his master. Due to a moment of carelessness, he didn't even notice that he was being followed. Although he wasn't afraid of the girl's roar, when he saw the tears in the corners of Kamiya Ryoko's eyes, his expression instantly turned serious. From the looks of it, the problem was rather serious. This little girl is really angry. Sighing silently in her heart, Ryoko Kamiya turned around and ran in the opposite direction. Seeing this, Odd Chua dashed forward to give chase. Jiu Gong! He shouted as he ran, not because he was afraid of anything, but because he was worried that the girl would hurt herself in the crowd. As he chased after the girl, for some reason, Odd Chua felt a sense of déjà vu from a TV series. There seemed to be such a chase scene in many youth blockbusters. It was just that Odd Chua hadn't expected that when his youth had already expired, he would still have to chase after a girl in front of so many people. Thus, in the next 20 minutes, as Odd Chua chased after her, Jamiya Ryoko ran at the same time. He could catch up with her, but he was afraid that if he ran too hard, he would hurt her. After chasing for a full 8 streets, from the 2nd street to the 10th street area, the girl in front of him finally stopped. Because Kamiya Ryoko suddenly realized a problem. That was, even though Odd Chua's realm was higher than his, there was still a huge gap between their physical abilities. That was to say, if she continued to run, she would run out of strength, and Odd Chua would catch up to her sooner or later. Only God knew if this old liar would do something strange when his physical strength was damaged. In fact, after running for so long, Ryoko had calmed down a lot. Because in essence, she and Odd Chua only had an employer-employee relationship. Even if this old liar had a messy private life, it had nothing to do with him. As the employer, the most she could do was condemn this kind of behavior from a moral point of view. Classmate Jiugong, you're not running anymore? Odd Chua asked with a smile. He chased all the way to 10th Street, and there were significantly fewer people around. The closest witness to them was a fruit stall owner who was nibbling on a watermelon. To be honest, Odd Chua hadn't expected a girl with such a flat chest to actually be able to run so fast. From a fluid dynamics perspective, the streamline of a flat chest wasn't outstanding, so it should have increased air resistance. But after thinking about it, he instantly understood. Perhaps it was because it was too flat, causing the quality to decrease. Under normal circumstances, Odd Chua would definitely use this as a joke, but now clearly wasn't the time. The girl in front of him didn't seem so angry anymore, but Audrey still sensed a hateful gaze from Kamiya Ryoko, just like when she had come to the headmaster's office to question him a few days ago. Ryoko Kamiya crossed her arms, and her voice reverted to that of a cold young lady. Junior son, Junior Jiang. How many junior sisters do you have? Hearing this, Audrey actually wanted to laugh a little in his heart. Because the smell of jealousy was really too strong. But the girl in front of him didn't seem to realize it. Why did he like this girl so much? I think classmate Kamiya must have misunderstood something, Audrey said. I used the excuse of going to the washroom to look for junior sister Lotus-san on the way. But at the time, junior sister Lotus-san was squeezed among the couples and looked very troubled. That's why she asked me to do her a little favor and bring her out. The people on the side were all kissing, and girls are shy and didn't want to disturb them. This is also to return a favor. For the election. Kamiya Ryoko snorted. Yes, it's to return a favor, but it's actually a favor from classmate Kamiya, Audrey said. As an excellent planner, he had naturally been looking for a way to make the two of them work together after learning that the relationship between his Shifu and Kamiya Ryoko wasn't very harmonious. In fact, as he had been running just now, Audrey had indeed thought of a brilliant plan. I owe her a favor. Are you kidding me? Kamiya Ryoko had an incredulous expression on her face. I actually asked junior sister Lotus-san to use her family's power to arrange the rooms for Ah-wei and the other two, as well as the witness protection plan, Audrey said. Of course, this explanation was different from the actual situation, but when you thought about it carefully, there was nothing wrong with it. This hotel was originally a property of Huaguo Water Curtain Group, so the implementation of the witness protection plan was inextricably linked to Huaguo Water Curtain Group. This was an unassailable reason. Even if Kamiya Ryoko investigated it later, the conclusion she would reach would be the same. While he had been chasing the girl, Audrey had already written a text message to Lotus-san, and had been prepared in advance to collude with her in case the cat was out of the bag. Although she was skeptical about this answer, Kamiya Ryoko felt a lot more comfortable. Did I say I wanted her help? Audrey looked at her with a firm gaze and said, so I'll do everything for her. I begged her for a long time, for you. Kamiya Ryoko flushed. Spineless. You can investigate what I said later. Are you satisfied now? It's getting late, go back and get some rest, Audrey said. Wait. There's still another junior sister you haven't told me. Who on earth is that Jiang Yingying? So there's something classmate Kamiya doesn't know? Audrey said, according to the clues I just received, classmate Jiang Yingying has been kidnapped. But in fact, this group of people came for junior sister Lotus-san. How could it be wrong? At first glance, classmate Jiang Yingying and junior sister Lotus-san do look a little alike. Junior sister Lotus-san is now using her family's power to negotiate with the kidnappers, Audrey said. He realized that the term, family's power, was really useful, and could perfectly explain a lot of things. So that's how it is, Kamiya Ryoko frowned and looked very concerned. Then how is Lotus-san? Are you worried? Who's worried about her? I just want to return the favor. Now that the matter had been cleared up, Kamiya Ryoko's mood had already returned to normal. She snorted like a proud black swan as she strolled in the direction of the hotel. Then go back. As the employer, I'll give you special permission to pay more attention to the kidnappers tonight. Yes. Audrey held back his laughter. Before leaving, he glanced at the fruit stall on the side of the road. Do you want to buy some fruit? Kamiya Ryoko glanced at the fruits on the stall and said disinterestedly, you decide. She actually had an idea. She mainly wanted to see if Audrey's favorite fruit was the same as hers. Then, durian. Audrey cupped his chin and thought seriously for a moment before he said this. He didn't know that this might be the worst decision he had ever made in his life. Chapter 1481. Hearing the word, durian, Jimiya Ryoko's expression brightened. Ah! You like durians too? To be honest, the girl was a little touched. After all, a lot of the people around her thought that durians were very smelly, and even the servants usually hid far away when she ate them. She hadn't expected Audjua to have the same thoughts as her, and also like to eat durians. Isn't durian the most fragrant fruit in the world? At that moment, he looked at the girl with a smile in his eyes. Jimiya Ryoko's eyes instantly lit up. Although it was just a flash. It was already very rare for this rare expression to appear on Jimiya Ryoko's face. How much is this durian? Audjua asked the melon-eating stall owner as he crouched down. At the same time, he looked around and carefully picked out what he wanted. He realized that this fruit stall was not only down to earth, but also very rich in variety. There were even several different kinds of durians. Strange, can you set up stalls casually in your country? The girl asked curiously at that moment. The melon-eating stall owner put his hands on his hips and wiped the watermelon juice off his mouth with a handkerchief as he smiled honestly. Little girl, you don't understand. This is called the stall economy. Now, it's very helpful for people's livelihood. But you have to pay attention to the cleanliness of the stall, and take the trash with you when you leave. I see. Jimiya Ryoko nodded. Cultural differences weren't actually scary, what was more important was respect and understanding. Jimiya Ryoko had been longing for a country with a long history and culture like Hwashyo Nation since she was a child. One person's life was just a drop in the ocean compared to the long river of a country's history. Hwashyo Nation's rich cultivation culture was one of the reasons why it had always attracted cultivators from all over the world to visit, travel, and learn. I know this is an ordinary durian, but what's that red durian? Audjua suddenly asked at that moment. That's a new product, full name Flame Durian. It tastes a little sweet and spicy. Sweet and spicy, how can it taste good? I don't know if it tastes good, but it does sell very well. The melon-eating stall owner looked at Audjua and took the initiative to tell him the truth. Actually, a lot of people buy this flame durian to kneel for their men at home. If they break the skin on their knees while kneeling, the spiciness of the flame durian will directly penetrate their skin. I see. Audjua smiled. Then it's fine. The main thing is that I've never tried this new item before, so I'll just have a normal one and a new one. Just pick the biggest and freshest one for me. Alright. With a shout, the stall owner skillfully packed up the items for Audjua to take back. On the way, Jimiya Ryoko suddenly thought of something. She looked at Audjua and asked, well, you should be able to split a durian with your bare hands, right? Of course. Audjua laughed. Furthermore, this was in front of Kamiya Yoshiko, which made him seem a little light-hearted. Given my current fighting strength, I can do more than split it with my bare hands. When I get back, I'll kneel for you. You can break a durian. Ryoko raised her eyebrows. Of course. Audjua was very pleased with himself. Little did he know that this was probably the second wrong decision he had made in his life. Elsewhere, Lotus Sun, dressed in a blue and white hanfu, was swiftly approaching her destination. Enveloped in the faint moonlight, the young girl looked even more brilliant. She was like Luli under the night sky, her whole body exuded a moving spirituality, and anyone who saw her couldn't help taking a second look. Unfortunately, Wang Ling wasn't by her side now. The young girl could only be beautiful on her own. She was a little anxious. If she couldn't resolve Jiang Yingying's matter, she wouldn't be able to reunite with Wang Ling. It had clearly been so hard for her to find a chance to be alone. At that moment, the difficulties and bitterness in her heart converged into one. It was too hard for her, but this had all started because of her, so she felt that she had to take responsibility. This was the responsibility that every teenager should have. This is the place. This was a dark alley on 2nd Street. It was very narrow, and there was only a gap about 10 centimeters wide. There was no way to get out of here through normal means, but the sound just now had indeed come from here. The young girl released her sword chi and used it to magnify her senses to investigate. Sure enough, she found traces of magic on the walls to the left and right of the gap. Is it the paper man spell? She frowned slightly. This was actually a type of bone-shrinking spell, but it was much more difficult to operate. The inspiration for this spell came from the 2D paper men, husbands, wives, and so on that were currently popular on the market among otakus. And so, the paper man spell was born. Although Lotus Sun was strong in battle, she was still lacking in the practical application of many spells. She didn't know how to use the paper man spell, she just had some understanding of it. I'll leave it to you, the young girl said at that moment. She needed to directly pass through the gap to take a look. There was a flight ban over the old street, and flying over it on a sword wasn't allowed. Not only would she be fined, it would also be easy for the bandits to notice her. Sun Ying'er reacted quickly, and her shadow could easily pass through the gap. After she passed through, she swiftly switched positions with her original body and completed a magnificent, heaven and earth great shift. It seems that I still have to study hard from now on. Although she had successfully completed the shifting shadows, the young girl's heart was a lot heavier. Although she was indeed very strong now, most of that had come from Mysterious Sea. There were still areas that she needed to improve, and she absolutely couldn't become arrogant and complacent because of this. There was no end to learning, and as expected, she still had a long way to go. After smoothly passing through the narrow gap, Lotus Sun discovered that the world outside was actually an empty abandoned factory. There was a mottled smell of rust and unpleasant chemicals in the air, which mixed together to irritate the throat and nose. Lotus Sun quickly reacted. She had been tricked, it had seemed to be a trap from the very beginning. The other party had meticulously set it up, deliberately letting her hear that Jiang Yingying had been kidnapped, and then knowing that she would definitely find her way here. Thus, they had set up a transmission channel behind the narrow gap that could quickly change space, allowing Lotus Sun to instantly arrive somewhere else. This wasn't something that ordinary kidnappers could do. At that moment, Lotus Sun frowned deeply and couldn't help but raise her guard. It seemed that these kidnappers were stronger than she had imagined. At that moment, a slightly hollow voice rang out. Sure enough, everything is as that senior predicted. You will definitely fall for the trap and come here, eldest Miss Sun. In the darkness, a burly man about 3 meters tall wearing a black trench coat slowly walked out. He held a large knife in one hand, and in the other was the unconscious Jiang Yingying, who was held up like a little chick. Lotus Sun sensed the aura of this burly kidnapper and felt that his scent was a little strange. You don't seem to be human, the burly man laughed loudly. I underestimated you, Miss Sunday. I didn't expect you to even know this. At that moment, Lotus Sun let out a small sigh of relief. If he wasn't human, this was indeed a great relief. Because killing aliens wasn't illegal. Chapter 1482. After realizing that his identity had been exposed, this burly 3-meter-tall man finally took off his human skin coat. This was a special painted skin that could hide his true form without being discovered. The 6 main Heavenly Dao in Heavenly Court also had the same thing. The human skin coat that Death Heavenly Dao was wearing as number 60 high school's colonel in the mortal world was probably the same as the one this alien was wearing. This was a very powerful disguise that ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to tell. If it wasn't for Mysterious Sea, Lotus Sun might not have sensed anything unusual. The moment the human skin coat was torn off, 2 huge silver horns instantly sprouted from the 3-meter-tall monster's scalp. These silver horns were densely covered in whorls and gave off a strange luster as they curled backwards. This was a humanoid extraterrestrial life form with a silver horn, a single eye, a sharp chin, and a strange dark yellow pupil. Its skin was densely covered in scales with a metallic luster. Its 2-meter-long tail was covered in sharp barbs. Looking at the creature's true form, the girl couldn't help feeling a little stunned. This was because the creature's chest was actually transparent, and inside it was something that shone like a crystal. What on earth is this? Even Sun Ying'er had never seen such a creature before. After all, she had all the information on the entire void in her mind. The void had a very long history, and it stood to reason that Sun Yinger knew most of those alien creatures, but she had never seen anything like this, alien Iron Man. That was right, the more she looked at it, the more she felt that the thing glowing inside the creature's transparent chest was, just like Iron Man's energy reactor. Doesn't this venerable one look very mighty and domineering? The silver-horned man opened his mouth. In fact, he didn't really care what she thought. This is Earth, and it's normal for Earthlings to have the same aesthetic standards as the universe's average. Lotus Sun, this was the girl's first time fighting an alien. Because she didn't know what the other party was up to, the girl's expression was especially cautious. But judging from the other party's understanding of her, she could roughly infer that the senior this alien was talking about might be Peng Shiren from a while ago. Lotus Sun remembered that she had witnessed everything the last time she hid in Wang Ling's inner world. It was still vivid in his mind. The young man who had suddenly jumped out to cause trouble had almost been killed by Wang Ling. Later, he thought that he had successfully taken the old Rubik's Cube from Earth and returned to the infinite galaxy. Then, she heard that there seemed to be a huge explosion in the depths of the infinite galaxy. Perhaps Peng Shiren and that sealed creature were both dead. However, judging from the current situation, the other party was not only safe and sound. They even sent narcissistic aliens from the infinite galaxy. I'll just get rid of him. At this moment, Lotus Sun closed her eyes slightly, already planning to summon Mysterious Sea. Although she really wanted to know the relationship between the silver-horned alien and Peng Shiren, it was unrealistic to consider capturing the alien alive in such a situation where human lives were at stake. Because she didn't understand this silver-horned alien at all. Jiang Yingying and Wei Zhi's safety came first. The simplest and crudest way to save the two of them was to kill the alien. Miss Sun, I like the look in your eyes. I also admire your courage. You're clearly only at the foundation establishment stage. In my hometown, you're less than a speck of dust, said the silver-horned creature. Enough nonsense. Lotus Sun frowned. So, you don't even care about your friend's life? The silver-horned creature sneered, completely disregarding the girl in front of him. I promise you, if you do anything, you'll definitely regret your stupid actions later. The silver-horned creature was very confident, because he knew very well who on earth stood behind him. That was Dao ancestor Wang's only true disciple. It was also because of Peng Shiren that the alien race, which had originally declined, had collectively completed their evolution and become a higher life form. Peng Shiren had asked him to capture Lotus Sun alive if he could. But because the gap in strength was too obvious, the silver-horned creature was worried that if he took action, this Earth girl who was only at the foundation establishment stage might directly turn into ashes and die. Using her good friend to threaten her was perhaps the safest and most reliable way to capture her alive. Leave with me, and I promise I won't hurt you. You can also save the lives of your two friends. The silver-horned creature laughed. But if you resist, you know the consequences. With your low realm, I'll crush this girl's head the moment you attack. Let's see if you're faster or if I'm faster. Then, can I ask another question? Of course. If you have any other questions, just leave with me, and I can answer them, the silver-horned creature said very politely. You should have accomplices, right? Are they also aliens? Lotus Sun asked. Lotus Sun asked. The silver-horned man said, in fact, many aliens have come to Earth before. They wear human skin and perfectly hide among humans to carry out their activities. For example, the Scions, the Nacheks, and the Ennead square root. My race has been lying dormant on Earth for a very long time, but they're still in their old forms. I promised them that after completing this mission, I would help them achieve evolution. Hearing this, Lotus Sun sighed inwardly. In fact, she hadn't wanted to know that much at all, and she didn't know if it was because she was overly confident in herself and wanted to show off. Sometimes, those who thought that they were strong liked to talk a lot of nonsense before a battle, spilling out some inexplicable information. Perhaps this kind of person really felt that the opponent they were facing posed no threat at all. So there was no harm in saying a little more. Alright, thank you for your information. And welcome to Earth. At this moment, Lotus Sun gazed at the silver-horned creature in front of her and smiled. Human lives were at stake, and there was no time to lose. The silver-horned creature had thought that the girl in front of him had completely given up. Just as he was feeling relieved, he saw her suddenly summon an azure spirit sword. 10% alluring sword, and she didn't draw the sword directly, but just flicked the sheath with her thumb, revealing a small crack. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, a sliver of Mysterious Sea's sword chi seeped out from this crack. The power of the alluring sword was too great, and this was the sword chi that the girl had used in combination with the actual situation. It should be enough to deal with the silver-horned creature in front of her. You're courting death. The silver-horned creature hadn't expected the girl in front of him to be so stubborn. He flew into a rage out of humiliation, and killing intent radiated from his single yellow eye. At the same time, he was exerting force in his hand. If Lotus Sun dared to make a move, he would immediately crush the head of this girl surnamed Jiang. The silver-horned creature was a man of his word. But at this moment, a strand of blue sword chi, as thin as a gossamer thread, pierced through his chest. The silver-horned creature stared in disbelief at this scene. Mysterious Sea's azure sword chi had pierced through his chest, and along his chest, his entire body was rapidly freezing. 10% alluring sword, and absolute zero. This was a powerful control-type ability that Mysterious Sea had recently comprehended. It was to ensure that the concentrated sword chi wouldn't be able to deal a fatal blow, and at the same time, provide a second layer of insurance. Anyone hit by Mysterious Sea's absolute zero sword chi would instantly freeze up just like this. Slash. An aura as boundless as the ocean emanated from Lotus Sun's body. She still didn't draw the sheath, but stepped forward and easily cut off the silver-horned creature's right arm that was holding Jiang Yingying with just the sheath. Then, she cut off the silver-horned creature's head. She didn't make any unnecessary movements, but the girl who had stepped forward in her traditional Han dress was still the most dazzling firework of the night. Everything was finally over. Then, Lotus Sun freed Jiang Yingying from the silver-horned creature's severed right arm, and then checked her vital signs. Her heartbeat was stable, and her pulse was normal, but there was some knockout drug in her blood. Combined with the fact that Jiang Yingying had been caught and brought here wearing only a nightgown, she must have been drugged and brought here by those aliens when she was about to get an essential oil massage in the hotel. Fortunately, she's fine. Lotus Sun secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she went to look for Wei Ji. Unfortunately, Wei Ji wasn't in good condition. She had found him in a corner of this abandoned factory. His face was deathly pale and his whole body had stiffened. He had been dead for at least 2 hours. Lotus Sun had no idea that Wei Ji had already been killed. How could this be? She immediately split off Mysterious Sea's healing sword chi to treat him. But unfortunately, it was all in vain. AI, there's nothing we can do now that he's dead. No matter how strong Mysterious Sea's healing sword chi is, it can't save someone who's been dead for 2 hours. Sun Yinger comforted her on the side. Unless there's something more powerful than Mysterious Sea's healing sword chi, Ling Jinren is probably the only one who can do it. Classmate Wang Ling, at that moment, Lotus Sun suddenly thought of something. That's right. I still have this. That's the only way. I can definitely do it. Sun Yinger saw Lotus Sun fumble around in Mysterious Sea's sword spirit space with her eyes closed. Finally, when she opened her hand, a white rabbit creamy candy appeared in it. Didn't you have insurance? Sun Yinger was blank. When you were dragged out by President Ng for training and weren't by my side, classmate Wang Ling gave me another one. Lotus Sun said. Without the slightest hesitation, she directly unwrapped the candy and stuffed it into Wei Ji's mouth. Buzz, a warm golden light surged out of Wei Ji's body. In less than 5 seconds, she sensed that Wei Ji's aura had returned. It worked. At that moment, Lotus Sun felt a weight lift off her shoulders. If Wei Ji died just like that because of her, she would definitely feel guilty for the rest of her life. Classmate Wang Ling, I owe you another favor. The girl's face broke into a smile. At this moment, Wei Ji successfully opened his eyes. Ugh, he felt like he had had a nightmare, in which a group of aliens had kidnapped him and then tortured him non-stop, and now, he had finally woken up from the dream. Wei Ji sat up straight and saw Lotus Sun at first glance. Miss Lotus Sun, why are you here? Don't say anything, brother Wei Ji. How do you feel now? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? She asked with concern. Uncomfortable? Wei Ji frowned. I don't feel particularly uncomfortable anywhere, but my chest feels a little heavy. Chest, heavy? Lotus Sun was blank. Then, Wei Ji frowned as he touched his chest, a look of utter shock on his face. What is this? Why do I have 2 airbags? Lotus Sun, brother Wei Ji, calm down, no. I'm definitely still in the nightmare. Miss Lotus Sun, please don't wake me up again. I want to sleep a little more. After saying that, Wei Ji's vision darkened and he fainted again. What should we do? Lotus Sun was at a loss. It really is very big. Sun Yinger sighed. Let's take him back first. After all, it's really hard to accept waking up as a transvestite. Chapter 1483. If word got out that Battle Saint's granddaughter had been kidnapped, it would probably shake the whole country. Fortunately, Lotus Sun had handled the situation very well and prevented it from escalating further. Not only had she eliminated that blind alien in time, she had also obtained a lot of information and saved Jiang Yingying and Wei Ji's lives. But right now, she was still more worried about Wei Ji's condition. Although Wei Ji had been rescued, the situation was indeed a little unexpected. The main thing was that those 2 things were really too big. Lotus Sun felt that they were even bigger than the master of Shadow Stream whom she had arrested back then. But it wasn't practical to send him to the hospital in this situation. After that, Lotus Sun settled Jiang Yingying in the hotel and arranged for a female private doctor she trusted to take care of her. After that, he took Wei Ji back to his room and immediately contacted Audiobook to check on the situation. When they met, Lotus Sun smelled durian on Audiobook. Senior Zhua, did you eat durian? Sorry, don't you like the smell? I came in a hurry and didn't rinse my mouth. It's fine, I also like durian. Lotus Sun smiled. Audiobook could clearly feel the fatigue on the girl's face. While the passive version of becoming one with the sword could indeed increase the girl's combat strength, if she was constantly under stress, she would consume more energy. In the end, it wasn't usually a lack of physical strength, but a sense of mental exhaustion. There weren't any side effects, it was just that she got sleepy easily, and would be fine when she woke up. On the contrary, if she was more relaxed during the fight, there wouldn't be any problems. Thanks to the girl's call for help earlier, Audiobook had already gained a general understanding of the entire fight. Wei Ji had almost died, this was probably one of the main reasons for her nervousness. Master's wife was still lacking in battle experience. Audiobook smiled helplessly in his heart. In fact, he had missed a very important point. Actually, the main reason for the girl's nervousness was that during the fight, she had been constantly thinking of meeting up with Wang Ling as soon as possible. After all, she had fought Old God before. What kind of person was Old God? He was Tao ancestor Wang's first love and the founder of the world of the gods. In that fight, the girl had never shown any fear in the face of Old God. Let alone an alien whose combat strength was far inferior to Old God's. I'd better settle this matter as soon as possible. Audiobook muttered in his heart. He felt that the girl was in dire need of rest, and the tiredness could be seen from her expression. Perhaps it was her sense of responsibility that kept her from collapsing. Walking over to the big bed Wei Ji was lying on, he rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was seeing things. Why are there 2 basketballs on brother Wei Ji's body? I want to know too. Lotus Sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's why I asked Senior to take a look. You said something big happened on the phone. Is this what you were referring to? Chua couldn't help laughing. After eating the white rabbit creamy candies Shifu gave you, Brother Wei Ji was resurrected, and then these two basketballs appeared, right? Yes. Lotus Sun nodded. Staring at the bloated Wei Ji on the bed, Chua hesitated for a bit before he gritted his teeth and touched him with a red face. Brother Wei Ji, I'm sorry. Lotus Sun turned her face slightly and also felt her cheeks burning. For some reason, she felt that Chua seemed very familiar with this. Junior sister Lotus Sun, do you think I'm very skilled? When I was a grassroots soldier, I helped raise cows for the army. That's how I trained. Chua only let go after squeezing for a full 10 seconds. He couldn't help laughing. I think I know what's going on. Senior Zhua, you know how to solve it. The creamy candies Shifu gave me have the effect of rapidly and continuously increasing spirit energy. From a biological point of view, the chest is made up of muscle fibers and fat. But the reason for Brother Wei Ji's bloated body is something else. Cupping his chin, Chua analyzed, after Brother Wei Ji died, a large number of cells in his body died, and at the same time, his blood stopped flowing because his heart stopped beating. The proteins in his blood started to decay, and eventually evaporated as water evaporated. Brother Wei Ji was indeed beyond saving at first, but fortunately, junior sister Lotus Sun treated him in time. The spirit energy provided by Shifu's creamy candies is different from ordinary spirit energy. Apart from assisting in cultivation, it also has the effect of repairing bodily functions. It's divided into spirit energy molecules for cultivation and spirit energy molecules for repair. Spirit energy molecules for cultivation are released slowly and continuously, so they won't accumulate. But it's different when it comes to repairing spirit energy molecules. But because Brother Wei Ji was already dead, the spirit energy molecules activated by the creamy candies were for repair. At this point, Lotus Sun felt that she already understood a little. Chua. After a large amount of spirit energy formed in Brother Wei Ji's body, it started to repair his cells, and in the end, Brother Wei Ji came back to life. I see. Lotus Sun was enlightened. So Brother Wei Ji is now, that's right. Brother Wei Ji's basketball now actually contains these spirit energy molecules for repair, and generally doesn't need any special treatment. After a while, the swelling will go down on its own, Chua said. When Brother Wei Ji wakes up, you can directly tell him that it's a temporary side effect caused by a healing elixir, so he doesn't need to worry too much. That is to say, this creamy candies don't have any effect on breast enlargement to begin with. At that moment, Sun Yinger's voice suddenly rang out. Shifu is a decent person, of course he doesn't, AI. Sun Yinger sighed in disappointment. It seems that Ling Jinren still doesn't understand Rongrong's feelings. She really lacks puberty. You're the one who lacks puberty, it's clearly you who wants to. Lotus Sun blushed. Who knew whether it was because she was shy or because she was a little angry at Sun Yinger's inappropriate words. One last question, why are these spirit energy molecules for repair hoarding in the chest? Sun Yinger asked at that moment. Because Shifu specially custom-made them for women. They're ergonomically designed for women. I just didn't expect Brother Wei Ji to eat them. There are also male ones? Yes. Chua nodded and said, it's just that for men, they swell in another place, the bladder. At that moment, Chua looked at the time. It's getting late. Brother Wei Ji is fine, he'll be fine in 2 or 3 days. Junior Lotus Sun, you've worked hard today, I think you should rest early. You look very tired. No. I'm fine. After confirming that Wei Ji was safe and sound, Lotus Sun indeed felt as if a huge stone had been lifted off her shoulders, and she felt a lot more relaxed. Classmate Wang Ling is still waiting for me. She turned around, her mind still thinking about Wang Ling, but her eyelids couldn't help but close. She had only taken a few steps toward the door when her vision went black and she fell down. Audra strode forward and steadied the girl. Sure enough, she still couldn't hold on. He knew it would be like this. He could only settle his master's wife in the hotel first. At that moment, Audra thought in his heart. He asked Sun Yinger to help support Lotus Sun in Wei Ji's room for a while he ran to the front desk to get a presidential suite. In the end, when he was registering, the manager at the front desk said, "It's like this, Mr. Zhua. A youngster came here just now. He said that he had already gotten a room for Miss Sunday. Was it someone with delicate features and dead fish eyes?" "Yes." The manager then took out a room card. "This is the annual card for the presidential suite that the youngster left behind, as well as some candy." "Where is he?" "He probably went home." Although he wasn't surprised by this outcome, Audra still sighed in his heart. If it hadn't been for this little interlude with the alien, Shifu and Masteress might have become one tonight. "Where's the candy?" Audra asked after accepting the room card from the manager. The manager smiled slightly, then took out something from under the table and put it on the table. "This sack is full of candy." Audra. Chapter 1484. A whole sack of White Rabbit creamy candies was already Wang Ling's trump card. But for Wang Ling himself, these candies were just for being stubborn sometimes. Perhaps Lotus Sun would come in handy now. Earlier, she and Golden Lamp had put on a show together to deliberately make Peng Shiren think that she had successfully retrieved Dao ancestor Wang's heavenly Dao magic cube. Later, there had been a huge explosion in the sealed area of Infinite Milky Way, and the entire sealed area had been destroyed. The auras of the terrifying creatures sealed inside, as well as Peng Shiren, had completely disappeared without a trace. Wang Ling had thought that they wouldn't die so easily, and had been waiting for Peng Shiren's next move. Who would have thought that he would actually be right? As for why they had been able to avoid Wang Ling's inspection, Wang Ling felt that it was very likely to have something to do with that mysterious ancient black stone. The ancient stone's radiation was very strong. Even in space, which Peng Shiren regarded as his home field, under the healing light of the stars, it was still difficult for him to hold on. But even so, given Peng Shiren's intelligence, as long as he could make good use of the ancient stone's ability, it would be completely fine to use it as a signal blocker. But Wang Ling felt that this might be harming the enemy while harming himself. Peng Shiren might indeed have used the power of the ancient black stone to create a shielding space to magically disappear from the universe. But the problem was that if Peng Shiren stayed in this shielding space for one more day, all of his abilities would be directly blocked by the ancient black stone's influence. Of course, this was just Wang Ling's guess. But it should be close to the mark. Before returning to the Wang family's small villa, Wang Ling dropped by Wang Ming's research institute. He needed Wang Ming's help, so Wang Ming took this opportunity to collect the latest data on Wang Ling. Wang Ming, who was still wearing his white coat, took out a syringe and handed it to Wang Ling as he prepared to collect a blood sample. "This is a special needle, but as usual, do it yourself. My skin is rough and thick, I definitely won't be able to pierce it." Wang Ling obediently took the syringe. Recently, Wang Ming had been working on an improved, Wang Ling No. 3 integrated smart humanoid mecha armor. This was the latest third-generation mecha armor, which was much more powerful than the previous two generations, and had integrated a space transmission function into it. Wang Ming had set up this third-generation mecha armor in a container with a transmission function, so that when necessary, he could directly receive a transmission through satellite positioning and use it at any time. The most important thing was that Wang Ming didn't need to wear the third-generation mecha armor at all. Using the latest space compression technology, Wang Ming had implanted chips in his pores. As a result, as soon as the third-generation mecha landed on the ground, all of the mecha's body parts would automatically fit together like a jigsaw puzzle. From summoning it to equipping himself, the Ling didn't even need to. Wang didn't Wang's blood Wang's demon. Qian didn't Qian's eye. After the blood sample was collected, Wang Ling handed the syringe back. There was no need for an antiseptic cotton to stop the bleeding. Almost as soon as the needle was pulled out, the puncture disappeared at the same time. The speed at which it healed was incomparably astonishing. So, that pen brat's new move is to find a shoddy alien to deal with you? Wang Ming asked as he put the blood sample into a container. It's Lotus Sun, said Wang Ling. Isn't dealing with Miss Fu Rong the same as dealing with you? Wang Ming smiled evilly. It's different, Wang Ling replied. You're too impatient. Wang Ming wouldn't budge. No. Wang Ling's face was as calm as an ancient well. If you don't, then why are you talking so much to me? Wang Ming chuckled. Without another word, Wang Ling straightaway got up and prepared to wake Jai Yin up in the sleeping cabin next door. Seeing this, Wang Ming pulled him back. Don't do this, my boy. I'm just joking. You probably don't want to wake up Jai Yin to make you supper, right? After careful consideration, Wang Ling finally sat down again obediently. That's right. Wang Ming bared his teeth and smiled. His smile was still as warm as a spring breeze, but there was a hint of foolishness in the sunlight. Wang Ling felt that only Wang Ming had this kind of temperament. There was a saying called, extremely smart. Wang Ming's brain was so powerful, but his hair was actually still lush, which was amazing to Wang Ling. It was definitely because of a hair transplant. Given Wang Ming's abilities, he could even create something as formidable as the third-generation mecha armor. Wouldn't an automatic hair transplant be a piece of cake? Wang Ling remembered that Wang Ying had taken the initiative to separate from his body previously. Because he had used a forbidden spell, Wang Ying's hair had fallen out irreversibly. Now that Wang Ying was back and the shadow was bound to Wang Ling again, the hair that had fallen out had grown back. If Heavenly King Ying still wanted to completely cut ties with Wang Ling, the hair would still fall out. When that time came, Wang Ming's help would be unavoidable. The cost analysis of Wang Ling's blood samples had always been very complicated. In the past, he had to wait several days for a complete result. But after accumulating experience, Wang Ming was now able to use a machine to analyze Wang Ling's blood sample data using a program that he had made up himself. Now, it only took him less than half an hour to analyze the data. Let's wait, I'll take a look at the other thing you brought. Then, Wang Ming took out a sealed test tube made of a special material from the table. It contained the ashes of the silver horn man that Wang Ling had collected earlier. They've already been reduced to ashes. This Miss Rong is really awesome now, even this alien can't beat her. Wang Ming was astonished by her growth. There was only a little bit of the ashes, which Wang Ling had gone to great lengths to extract from the air after Lotus Sun had left that abandoned factory. It looks like a silver horn man, right? The two silver horns on its head curl back like a cow's, and it also has a tail. Wang Ming searched his memory, but didn't think he had any impression of such an alien creature. Guoping of the Research Institute was now an international diplomat establishing diplomatic relations with extraterrestrials. Since Divine Tao Star and Earth had started working together, basically all kinds of data on extraterrestrials had been collected. All the data was shared in the large database of the International Alliance of Cultivators. With this large database, it shouldn't be difficult to find out what this silver horn man looked like before his evolution as long as they did a DNA comparison. This search will take a little longer than analyzing your blood sample. You'll know in 10 minutes. At that moment, Wang Ming cupped his chin as he looked forward to what on earth this silver horn man was. At the same time, on the other side, Old Man Sun was on the phone with Jiang Xiaoche. At the same time, he planned to report on the situation. Chapter 1485. On the night Lotus Sun went to Old Street, Old Man Sun still hadn't fallen asleep. To be honest, he was a little nervous, although he had always firmly believed in the youngster he had set his sights on. He wouldn't do anything out of line with his granddaughter. But Jiang Xiaoche's words inevitably worried Old Man Sun a little. It wasn't uncommon for an upright teenager to make a mistake in a moment of hot-headedness. Sun Yiyuan considered himself to be an open-minded person. It was normal for young people to release their feelings after they fell in love with each other. Thus, the old man didn't reject his precious granddaughter's love behavior, because true love was a virtuous cycle that could make both parties better people. Even if they didn't end up together in the end, they would still gain a lot of growth and unforgettable experiences. And these were precious treasures that were hard to erase in life. Sunday, December 13th. In the wee hours of the morning, Jiang Xiaoche's phone call woke old man Sun up from his contemplation. "How is it?" Old man Sun asked, pretending to be calm. He wanted to know what Wang Ling would do after receiving the room card he had drawn. "Old man, I want to ask you a question first," Jiang Xiaoche said over the phone. "Go ahead." "If a person did something to a girl who was unconscious, that's beastly behavior." The old man frowned. "Then what if he doesn't do anything?" Jiang Xiaoche continued. "Is the girl pretty?" Old man Sun was suspicious. "Of course. She's as beautiful as a fairy," Jiang Xiaoche said. "Worse than a beast," Old man Sun said. Jiang Xiaoche was instantly happy to get a definite answer. "Okay, I'll give you the latest update. Miss seems to have played all day today and is too tired. She didn't return to her villa, but stayed at the Holiday Inn on Old Street. No wonder Auntie Chiu told me that Rongrong didn't come back tonight. At the very least, this child should have sent a message to inform us." "That's not the point." Jiang Xiaoche smiled. "The point is that Wang Ling used the room card he drew to get a room for eldest miss." "Really?" Old man Sun's pupils trembled. "Then where is classmate Wang Ling now?" "Back." After getting a room, he gave the room card to the front desk. "I can't believe he actually went back to his own home." Jiang Xiaoche smiled and said, "That's the current situation. Is there anything you would like to say, old sir?" According to the logic of the first few questions, abandoning the beautiful girl and going home to live was clearly an act that was worse than a beast. Jiang Xiaoche was looking forward to old man Sun's reply, but he heard Sun Yu and let out a long sigh of relief on the other side of the phone. Then, he said loudly, "Good. I knew it. Student Wang Ling won't let me down." Jiang Xiaoche, "Huh? What are you, for?" Old man Sun said, "This annual pass to the presidential suite is priceless. Even if classmate Wang Ling didn't resell it, he could still make a fortune. But he didn't do so, which proves that he's a very conservative person. Classmate Wang Ling clearly could have sold it, but when his classmate was tired, he took the initiative to take out his room card and get a room for Rongrong so that she could rest as soon as possible. This proves once again that classmate Wang Ling is actually a very generous person. After getting a room, classmate Wang Ling chose to leave on his own accord and go home to rest. He didn't take advantage of her when she was down to do anything out of line, which shows that classmate Wang Ling is a good, upright, and kind-hearted child. As expected of Rongrong, she really has good taste. As he said this, old man Sun's eyes started to glisten with tears. He himself was almost moved by what he had said. Jiang Xiaoche remembered that old man Sun clearly didn't say that just now. Elsewhere, in Wang Ming's lab, the DNA analysis report on the Silverhorn people had already been released. After comparing the data in the database, it showed that in the current large database, there was not a single DNA gene that matched the current data. In other words, the match had been a complete failure. This was a shared database of the International Alliance of Cultivators. After Divine Dao Star had been recruited, the data on the aliens here was as thick as an encyclopedia. But after a comparison, Wang Ming realized that there wasn't a single DNA match, which he hadn't expected. Although Guo Ping was currently mainly responsible for connecting with extraterrestrial civilizations, many of them had only learned about Earth through Divine Dao Star. But the fact was that human cultivators had never stopped exploring extraterrestrial civilizations all this time. Thus, the rumor that aliens were lurking in the human cultivation world wasn't groundless. The aliens related to the Silverhorn people had come to Earth a long time ago and used human skin to blend into human cultivator society. It wasn't strange that there was a lack of data in such a large database. They had mingled in human society for many years and had long since established themselves in human skin. They might even be among the top echelons of humanity. It might be easy to find a way to hide their traces. So to be on the safe side, Wang Ming used his own technical means to screen the Alliance's large database again. In the end, he sighed. Sure enough, there's no trace of an anomaly. There was only one way now, and that was to start with the private files of each country. Perhaps there would be new discoveries. The Alliance's large database contained public information. None of this was a secret. But as humans, selfishness was actually the norm. There might be additional secrets between countries that weren't made public that were included in special top-secret files. However, it would be extremely difficult to steal this file. Even if Wang Ming could do it, he would have to consider a lot of issues. Because if he failed, apart from exposing his personal information, his own country would also be implicated. Wang Ling looked at Wang Ming's serious expression. He suddenly thought of a famous line, "My lover is this country." He felt that this line was also very appropriate for Wang Ming. Although Wang Xiaoer was indeed a bit of an idiot sometimes, when he got serious and explored academic issues in his field of expertise, it was as if this man had become a completely different person. Give me 3 days, and I'll try my best. But for safety reasons, I can only retreat if I'm in danger of being exposed. Whether or not I can get the data will depend on my luck, Wang Ming said. All right. Wang Ling nodded. Then, he casually struck Wang Ming with a golden light. What is this, the Great Fortune spell, said Wang Ling. Oh, is that the spell you used before that can greatly increase your fortune? Wang Ming said. In other words, I've become a lucky emperor now. Wang Ling nodded. But little brother, do you know that lucky emperor has another meaning now? In the language of Sun Island, it also means Pai. Combined with the concept of emperor, it means someone with big breasts. The apex. Chapter 1486. That night, Wang Ling's blood analysis report was released. Wang Ming stared at the arrow after each line of data on the sample, and he couldn't help frowning. This wasn't a rare expression. When middle-aged people in hospitals with high blood sugar levels and fatty livers received their reports, the expression on their faces was almost identical to Wang Ming's. Such a frowning expression could also be seen on other occasions. For example, when your parents received your school report. For example, when you saw an author who was unfinished. For example, when your teacher found out that you hadn't done your homework and had run off to read The Daily Life of the Immortal King. For example, when you saw the author of a book write so many sentences starting with the word, for example, you might also frown and wonder whether this short and small author was faking the word count. Back to business. Generally speaking, when an ordinary person received a blood analysis report, their first reaction would definitely be to look at the arrow after the indicator. The normal range for cholesterol was 2.8 to 5.17 mol/L, and the test data was 6.17 mol/L. Although it was a little over, there was still hope. However, if there was an arrow in Wang Ling's blood sample, it often meant danger. Sure enough, it's just as I thought, the concentration of the energy is rising even faster than before. Wang Ming carefully examined the data in the analysis report, and his face turned a little unsightly. The analysis of Wang Ling's blood sample data had initially been for the purpose of building the 4th-generation mecha armor. In the end, the indicator in Wang Ling's body was extremely high, which was far beyond Wang Ming's expectations. According to the data on the talisman seal at the very beginning, the talisman seal could basically last Wang Ling for several years. In Wang Ling's body, the data on what Wang Ming called Ling energy concentration had reached an equilibrium level. As Wang Ling continued to grow, the talisman seal's suppression time decreased year by year. But because the talisman seal itself was constantly being upgraded, Wang Ming estimated that the next generation talisman seal wouldn't be a problem for at least 2 years. But now, he realized that he had miscalculated. Wang Ling's growth was faster than he had imagined. Wang Ming had specially given the talisman seal to number 59 high school back then, thinking that it would smoothly help Wang Ling get through high school. But now, he realized that while this talisman seal looked very new and didn't show any signs of cracking at all, but it seemed a little difficult to suppress the concentration of data in his body to an equilibrium level. Thus, finding a new substance that could be used to suppress Wang Ling was almost an urgent matter. You said that you found a mysterious black stone that even the king's eye couldn't see through when you sealed it, right? At that moment, Wang Ming suddenly said, "If possible, I hope you can get your hands on this black stone as soon as possible." Wang Ming felt that this ancient black stone which Wang Ling had mentioned earlier might be the key to everything. Of course, developing a new talisman was definitely not that simple. However, this matter should definitely be carried out as soon as possible. Then what should we do now? At that moment, Wang Ying finally couldn't help but ask. Are you very concerned about my brother? He and I are one. If he can't control his energy, he will explode. I will also be finished, Wang Ying replied. To be honest, Wang Ming had never seen what Wang Ying looked like, and only knew that this thing existed. Hearing the shadow behind Wang Ling suddenly speak now, Wang Ming was slightly taken aback. Interesting. My brother is autistic, but you aren't. Furthermore, you seem to be a chatterbox. Ha, the personality of a shadow is the opposite of that of the original body. Of course I won't be autistic. Wang Ying laughed. Besides, I've already tasted a girl. Saying this, Wang Ying licked his lips. He recalled how he had forced a kiss on Sun Yinger before, and even now, he still felt like he hadn't had enough. These last few days, Wang Ying had actually been looking for an excuse to do it again. However, he didn't know what was going on with Sun Yinger these past few days. She seemed to be exceptionally quiet, and she didn't deliberately speak ill of him, as long as she didn't violate the family rules. Wang Ying couldn't find any reason to punish him at all. It was really too much of a pity, the taste of a girl. Wang Ming also laughed. So what you're saying is that my brother is a virgin who hasn't even tasted a girl before? Isn't that so? Wang Ling was silent and had nothing to say. But as far as I know, you're also a virgin, right? Wang Ying suddenly said at that moment. The corner of Wang Ming's mouth twitched. He realized that in comparison, Wang Ling was indeed much more adorable. This shadow was 2F*** king annoying. Wasn't it better to be clear about some things? Why did he have to say it out loud and make people feel awkward, and the most important thing was that he couldn't do anything to Wang Ying. But out of respect for an adult man, Wang Ming still stubbornly said, I wasn't a virgin a long time ago. Oh. Is that so? Wang Ying laughed. Wang Ming blushed slightly, but still made up a story. When I was my brother's age, I didn't need too many female companions. Some of them were already pregnant with my children, and I heard that they could do functions as soon as they were born. At that moment, Wang Ling actually saw the faint black aura of a death-omened star between Wang Ming's eyebrows. He knew roughly what had happened. He was hesitating about whether or not to tell Wang Ming. But sometimes, this idiot brother just liked to brag without a draft. In any case, there was no tax on bragging. Sometimes, when he got carried away, he couldn't stop. You still don't believe me? Let me tell you, I know all kinds of positions. If you don't understand them in the future, you can come and ask me. Since you're my brother's shadow, I don't think it's too much for you to call me Brother Ming, right? You really have the nerve to say that. Wang Ying laughed. What's there to be embarrassed about? Your brother Ming has a lot of experience. Not only has he read countless movies, but he's also very experienced in actual combat. Do you know my brain deduction technique? Oh, you mean the ability to simulate countless situations in the brain, and then rank the results of these deductions in descending order according to their probability to arrive at the optimal solution? That's right. Wang Ming nodded. You said you kissed a girl once. But I'm different. With this ability, when I kiss a girl, my brain simulates thousands of ways to kiss, which can actually help me accumulate experience. Wang Ling was stunned. Weren't they supposed to be discussing his Ling energy concentration now? Why did they suddenly change the subject and suddenly start discussing this strange topic? And most importantly, Wang Ling realized that he couldn't get a word in edgewise. First of all, he indeed didn't have any experience, and second, he didn't know how to brag. His life was really too lowly. At that moment, Wang Ling didn't know what to do. A familiar figure suddenly appeared at the door of Wang Ming's lab. At some point, Zhai Yin had woken up in the sleeping pod. She just happened to hear what Wang Ming had said. Wang Ming. Danger. Chapter 1487. As Wang Ming's personal bodyguard, like most cultivators, Zhai Yin generally didn't need to rest at all. Her task was to protect Wang Ming and assist him in some of his experiments. In addition, if she discovered that Wang Ming was conducting relatively dangerous experiments, Zhai Yin would also consider reporting the problem to her superiors. Wang Ming actually didn't dislike Zhai Yin, but there were times when she was too rigid in her work. Most importantly, there were a lot of things that he couldn't explain to her, which created some communication barriers. Then, Wang Ming thought of an idea. He had specially invented the sleeping pod, a cultivation magic treasure that was slightly black technology. Although cultivators could go without sleep for a long time, their bodies would inevitably be distracted when they were constantly working, and over time, their spirit root might even be affected to some extent. There weren't too many side effects. It was nothing more than overdrawing on the body in advance, resulting in a drop in concentration, rough skin, and so on. Wang Ming's sleeping pod was a tool specially designed to deal with this kind of situation. Sleeping for 5 minutes in the sleeping pod was equivalent to sleeping for 24 hours, and could quickly recharge a cultivator's batteries. Currently, the sleeping pods that Wang Ming had invented could be divided into the home type and the capsule type. The capsule type sleeping pod had already been put into military use. As long as it was placed on the ground, the capsule would automatically expand when it was shaken, and then turn into a sleeping pod the size of a person. It was also a one-button operation to retract it, and it could be compressed back into a capsule by pressing a specific button. Wang Ming had now successfully applied for a patent on the sleeping pod. After the official announcement that it would be put into military use, there were a lot of orders from military factories, which was also Wang Ming's source of funding for his experiments. Just counting the orders from Huaxiu Nation alone, there were already several billion yuan. When he ran out of money, he would make some little gadgets to make a little money, that was all. As the most powerful brain, it had never been difficult for Wang Ming to develop new products. Of course, on the surface, he had invented the sleeping pod to serve the military, but the truth was that his original purpose had been to restrain Zhai Yin. Zhai Yin wouldn't let him do many of the experiments because they were dangerous. In this case, it was fine as long as he could lock Zhai Yin in the sleeping pod. Although Zhai Yin was a tomboy, she was in the end a girl who loved beauty. Zhai Yin didn't need Wang Ming to explain that not sleeping for a long time wasn't good for the skin. Thus, after the sleeping pods were invented, Zhai Yin had practically become accustomed to using them. Wang Ming had also figured out how she used them, and had taken advantage of Zhai Yin's time off to conduct a lot of secret experiments. So at this moment, Zhai Yin should still be inside. Wang Ming instantly quivered when he saw that slightly murderous gaze. I didn't expect you to be so experienced in the field of love. Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Zhai Yin's face was clouded as she focused all her attention on Wang Ming's words. He didn't care who on earth Wang Ming was discussing emotions with. When she woke up, she could hear Wang Ying's voice outside. She only knew that it clearly wasn't Wang Ling's voice, it was probably Wang Ming talking to a friend on speakerphone. She didn't care who he talked to. But as an official magic treasure researcher, while Wang Ming was an academician, he was also a magic treasure consultant specially hired by the army. This was a member of the organization. Since he was a member of the organization, Zhai Yin felt that it was necessary for her to be concerned about his lifestyle. Yinzi, listen to me, it's not what you think. Wang Ming's forehead was already drenched in sweat. He didn't know why he was in such a hurry to explain these things to Zhai Yin. He just felt that if he didn't explain, the consequences might be very serious. That was because he realized that whenever Zhai Yin was in a bad mood, this guy would cook to vent his emotions. And he was the lab rat of Yinzi cuisine. As for how terrifying Zhai Yin's cooking was, Wang Ming felt that he didn't need to explain. It wasn't just that it was poisonous, it was all corpse-dissolving powder. Wang Ming felt that after eating it, his entire body would be melted by the poison. Thus, combined with mathematical concepts, Wang Ming called it factorization. Seeing that a big battle was inevitable that night, Wang Ling couldn't be bothered to put up with it, so he hurriedly left the lab and left Wang Ming alone. He wasn't worried that Wang Ming would die. In any case, Wang Ming now had the support of the Great Fortune spell, so even if Zhai Yin used force, there was a high chance that Wang Ming would continuously miss him. However, the effect of the Great Fortune spell would only last for a week. After this week, Wang Ming's life would presumably become very exciting. It was still Sunday, December 13th. At 8:00 that morning, Wang Ling sent Wang Ming a message to confirm whether he was still alive and well. Wang Ming was full of praise for the Great Fortune spell. "My boy, this move of yours is too strong. After you left yesterday, I was flustered and exasperated, and used a set of Wing Chun boxing on me, but in the end, it didn't even hit me." He knew it would be like this. Wang Ling wasn't surprised by this outcome. He replied to Wang Ming in a few short messages. The gist of it was for Wang Ming to take it easy and not be too cheap. Because the spell only lasted for a limited time, if he acted stupidly now, it would be Wang Ming himself who would suffer when the time was up. Wang Ling usually disdained using the Great Fortune spell on himself, because it made his life very boring. And unless there was a special need for it, Wang Ling didn't intend to use it on other people lightly. For ordinary people, the Great Fortune spell might have a very good effect for a while, but if they got used to it, they would become dependent on it. In fact, it wasn't just dependence. Apart from Wang Ling himself, when anyone else used this spell, the effect of the increase in fortune would continuously decrease, and the more frequently it was used, the faster it would decrease. Wang Ming was a powerful person. With the blessing of the Great Fortune spell, it was like adding wings to a tiger and adding flowers to a brocade. But there was no need to use it frequently. On the other side, Lotus Sun slept for a very long time. When she woke up, she found herself lying on the big bed in the hotel's presidential suite, and Sun Yinger was next to her, taking care of her. "Rong Rong, you're awake. What's wrong with me?" The girl got up and looked at the bathrobe she was wearing, and couldn't help feeling puzzled. "Who helped me change?" "Ling Zhenren, of course." Sun Yinger smiled evilly. "You were too tired yesterday, so you fainted. Ling Zhenren brought you here to take a bath and change your clothes." Classmate Wang Ling. This, how is this possible?" Lotus Sun covered her small mouth, her beautiful face pale. "I'm just kidding, of course it was me." Sun Yinger's face was full of grievance. "You know, Rong Rong, my waist isn't very good to begin with, but then again, are you looking forward to something?" Lotus Sun's face instantly burned to her ears. "I wasn't," although she hadn't been able to get along with Wang Ling alone yesterday, when she saw the sack of milk candies he had left for her, she was still taken aback. Although there was regret in her heart, she was more happy and delighted. After accepting the sack of milk candies, Lotus Sun was in a great mood. Close to noon that day, the girl was about to check out at the front desk on the first floor, when the elevator suddenly stopped on the third floor. When she opened the door, she saw Kumiya Ryoko and Odd Jua standing at the elevator door in the same style of traditional Chinese clothing. Lotus Sun's expression was extremely astonished. As expected of Senior Jua, that was too fast. But the atmosphere at the moment seemed a little stiff. It wasn't until the elevator reached the first floor and she heard the ding sound of the door opening that Lotus-san plucked up the courage to ask Kumiya Ryoko tentatively, "Classmate Kumiya, can I ask you a question?" "Go ahead." Kumiya Ryoko snorted. "Classmate Kumiya, have you already been won over by Senior Joie?" Then, Lotus-san saw Kumiya Ryoko's originally calm face gradually change color. Chapter 1488. Hearing such a straightforward question, the expression on Ryoko's face instantly became extremely interesting. She and Jua had gone downstairs mainly to hand over the task with the female bodyguard called Junko. Next, Brother Wei and the other two would be watched by Junko as important, tainted witnesses. It was supposed to be a normal handover of work, but Ryoko Kumiya didn't expect to run into Lotus-san when she went downstairs. Furthermore, he was asked such a strange question, strategy. What a joke, she would not be tricked by this flowery old liar. Ryoko blushed. In fact, she didn't reply directly. She just snorted and said, "Don't think that you can talk nonsense just because you helped me. Jua and I only have a normal working relationship." She crossed her arms and looked a little impatient. As soon as the elevator door opened, she slipped out. Lotus-san gazed at the young girl's back. There was actually some faint panic under her calm exterior. "Senior Jua, you really picked up a treasure." A smile hung on Lotus-san's face. In her heart, she also felt that Ryoko Kuya was much cuter than she had imagined. Originally, she and Jogong Ryoko were like fire and water, mainly because Lotus-san was worried that Jogong Ryoko would harm the youth in her heart. Furthermore, they might even come up with some kind of seduction plan to deal with classmate Wang Ling. This was absolutely not allowed to happen. But from the inquiry just now, Lotus-san felt that perhaps even Ryoko herself hadn't realized that she had already fallen. He might not like Jua yet, but he definitely had a good impression of him. After all, Yoshiko was a person who liked to say one thing and mean another. Junior sister Lotus-san must be joking. Jua smiled bitterly. The two of them stepped out of the elevator and walked very slowly with tacit understanding. "I see that Senior Jua has no qualms about going after classmate Ryoko. It looks like you already know, right?" Just a few steps away, Lotus-san's probing question startled Jua. "Junior sister Lotus-san is referring to the 6 mothers-in-law I'll have to face in the future?" Jua's eyes darted around as he feigned ignorance. "Senior Jua, you're underestimating me too much. I can still find out about this." Lotus-san sighed and said with a dignified smile, "But please rest assured, Senior, I won't tell anyone about classmate Yoshiko's secret." "That's good." Jua heaved a sigh of relief. "Actually, I'm also waiting." He was waiting for the day when Kumiya Ryoko would confess her secret to him. Moreover, he deeply believed that it wouldn't be too late for that day to come. When she came to the front desk to check out, Lotus-san felt the hostility of the female bodyguard named Junko. Lotus-san couldn't remember when she had offended her, but she had a rough understanding of the hostility in her eyes. After all, in the female bodyguard's impression, she had always been the enemy of the Jogong family. "Junko, don't be so rude." Kumiya Ryoko noticed Junko's abnormality and quickly reminded her softly. Although the female bodyguard did not understand what had happened between her Miss and Miss Sun, she still restrained the sharpness in her eyes. "The most important thing is what I told you last night. Someone in my family is trying to take advantage of my study abroad period to harm me," Kumiya Yoshiko said. It had now been confirmed that the people involved were the Wei trio, who worked under 6th Madam's command. As for the Ghost Chart Rebellion, Kumiya Ryoko felt that it was another group of people plotting in secret. That was to say, there were at least 2 groups of people who wanted to deal with her. Furthermore, these 2 groups of people were already out in the open. As for whether there were any other forces in the family who wanted to make a move against her, Kumiya Ryoko had no idea. She had come to Huashio Nation to resolve this foreign aggression. She had thought that after smoothly exposing Odd Jua's matter, the Jogong family would be able to gain a deeper foothold in the Huaxiu market. But Jumiya Ryoko had never expected that before this foreign aggression had been resolved, the family's internal problems would actually erupt ahead of time. Last night, Jumiya Ryoko had thought about it for a long time. She felt that it was more important to settle the Jogong family's internal affairs first. If the Jogong family fought endlessly, it would be useless even if she eventually won the Huaxiu market. If the family wasn't united, in the end, it would all be for naught. What was more, the new evidence that had emerged now suggested that the matter with Odd Jua back then might have been a misunderstanding on the part of the Jogong family. True combat strength wouldn't lie. Odd Jua was indeed very strong. Jumiya Ryoko had already experienced this for herself. After assigning the basic tasks, Jumiya Ryoko went one step further and said to the female bodyguard in front of her, "Junko, while you watch over Alwei and the other two, I'll hire a new bodyguard to be in charge of my safety for the time being." Jumiya Ryoko had originally wanted to keep this a secret, but Junko was one of her own, so she felt that it was better to be honest. "Bodyguard? Who?" Junko was stunned. She had actually heard the rumor about the new bodyguard last night, and was very curious about who it was. "It's me, I've been standing in front of you for a long time." Odd Jua pointed to himself with a radiant smile. "You?" Junko was shocked. Wasn't this guy the target of their investigation? But very quickly, her expression returned to normal. Junko had her own understanding of why her young lady had hired Odd Jua as a bodyguard. It had to be to better get close to Odd Jua and find evidence of his impersonation, which was why she had arranged this show, right? She understood. In fact, Junko herself was also very angry with these impersonators. The main thing was that there had been more and more news about impersonators recently, such as impersonating someone else's identity and getting into a university. Although their education had been revoked later, this kind of behavior had already interfered with other people's lives. These people who used power and money to change their own fates had no idea how much effort the person they were impersonating had put in to change their own fates. Due to the long period of time, it was usually very difficult to find direct evidence against these imposters who had power and influence. So eldest Miss Ryoko had thought of hiring Odd Jua as a bodyguard to keep this guy by her side, which would make it easier to collect evidence, as expected of eldest Miss Ryoko. Looking at the female bodyguard's frowning face, Jumiya Ryoko was speechless. She had never doubted Junko's imagination, but faced with Odd Jua and her current situation, Jumiya Ryoko indeed felt that it would be difficult to explain this complicated relationship in just a few words. Thus, she could only sigh in her heart and ignore what the female bodyguard was thinking for the time being. "Also, have you found the senior I asked you to help me find?" Jumiya Ryoko suddenly asked at that moment. "The senior changed his address, and it took us a while to find him," the female bodyguard said. "Judging from his current whereabouts, he seems to be going to Battle Sect a lot recently." "Going to Battle Sect a lot?" At that moment, Jumiya Ryoko glanced at Odd Jua and felt that he could help. "Many people go to Battle Sect, so who is this senior?" Odd Jua asked, rubbing the back of his head. "This is the original creator of the Ghost Record." Jumiya Ryoko looked at Odd Jua and said, "I can't tell you anything else, but this senior's name is Jin Deng." Odd Jua. Chapter 1489. What a small world, Odd Jua sighed with emotion in his heart. Although when Kamiya Ryoko said the keyword, Battle Sect, he vaguely felt that it might be related to someone he knew. It was just that he didn't expect this acquaintance to be Senior Golden Lamp. After all, he was a monk who had lived through so many reincarnations. He had done all kinds of jobs. Even the production of the Jogong family's Ghost Manual had something to do with him. He was basically a full-time expert. "It looks like you know this senior." Ryoko Kamiya blinked at Odd Jua, as if expecting something. Odd Jua couldn't help sneering in his heart. This was more than just an acquaintance. After being beaten into submission by Wang Ling, Senior Golden Lamp was already one of them. Although he didn't have a position in Battle Sect on the surface, he was in fact in the group chat of Battle Sect's core members. Furthermore, because Odd Zhuo was Wang Ling's disciple, Jin Dang actually took good care of him. Basically, as long as Odd Zhuo dared to ask, Jin Dang would never refuse his request. Of course, Odd Zhuo generally wouldn't specially ask Jin Dang for help for no reason. He knew very well that the Golden Lamp was willing to help him largely out of respect for his master. And for a senior like this, even if he returned the favor, he might not even be able to see him, so he might end up causing trouble for his master. But now, for Kamiya Yoshiko's words, Odd Zhuo felt that he could be bold for once. The main thing was that this was not a request, but an instruction to help Kamiya Ryoko pull some strings to meet Golden Lamp Monk. I have a rough idea of where Senior Golden Lamp is, but it's hard to say whether we'll meet. Odd Zhuo deliberately kept her in suspense. How about this, I'll take classmate Yoshiko to have a look today. I'll go too. I can send someone else to keep an eye on them. Junko said. You can't. You have to stay and look after him. Odd Zhuo looked at the female bodyguard. Monk Golden Lamp isn't used to being disturbed. He won't be happy if too many people go. But, just do as Odd Zhuo says, Chunzi. Keeping an eye on the three of them is your top priority, Ryoko Kamiya said. I understand, miss. Is there really something going on between you and this Odd Zhuo? Junko felt that she had discovered a huge secret. He was obviously sending her away. It was obvious that he wanted to spend some alone time with her. If you talk nonsense again, I'll deduct all of your salary. Ryoko blushed and snorted. The reason why I chose you to keep an eye on him is because I can only choose you. Now that Aoi and the others were being protected, the others thought that they were dead. Such an important secret must be guarded by the person I trust the most. Am I the person whom young mistress trusts the most? Of course. The female bodyguard named Junko was helpless. She was moved by Kamiya Ryoko's words. She could only obey the order. I understand, Mississippi Junko won't let you down. Then, following Kamiya Ryoko's instructions, she obediently went to the front desk to re-register her identity. Odd Zhuo glanced at the female bodyguard's temporary ID card and passport from a distance. The name on both of them was Springgrass Chung Chun. From the beginning, he had felt that there was something wrong with this female bodyguard, but he just couldn't put his finger on it. When all was said and done, Odd Zhuo actually didn't want to doubt Kusakusa Shigeru's loyalty to Ryoko. But for the sake of caution, he decided to secretly investigate Junko's background. What are you thinking? Can we go now? At that moment, Ryoko Kamiya looked at Odd Zhuo expectantly. Nothing, I was just thinking about the name Springgrass Chongchun, said Odd Zhuo. What's wrong with this name? Isn't the combination of Chao and Zhong Dong? And Miss Junko's catchphrase seems to be, I understand. Odd Zhuo smiled. So, Miss Junko is your Kyugu family's king of understanding? Hearing this, Ryoko's mouth twitched. She felt as if she had heard a chilling joke. Do you think you're very humorous? Are you cold? Sorry. Odd Zhuo smiled apologetically. If he had the time, I'm afraid he would have already found Senior Golden Lamp. Kamiya Ryoko sighed. You're in such a hurry to find Senior. Is it because you want to know why the replica Ghost album went berserk? Odd Zhuo asked. Yes. The copy I have has never had any problems before, said Ryoko frankly. But after what happened yesterday, this thing is like a ticking time bomb in my hands. Don't worry. We'll definitely find it. Odd Zhuo comforted the anxious girl and composed himself. And are you sure we're leaving now? Yes. Of course, the sooner, the better. But we haven't changed out of our clothes yet, have we? Odd Zhuo smiled. Of course, if you don't mind, I certainly won't mind classmate Ryoko and I wearing this couple's hanfu when we go out. Rogue, Kamiya Ryoko blushed. Flustered and exasperated, she stomped on Audjua's foot and fled upstairs to change her clothes. Following behind them, Audjua had a sour expression on his face. This stomp had been very comfortable. If she had stepped on him a few times while wearing black stockings, Audjua would have thought it would have been very interesting. After Kamiya Ryoko and Audjua left, Asakusa Nakaharu officially took over the task of looking after Aoi and the other two. She would notice the slightest movement in the room diagonally opposite the door. According to the rules of the Witness Protection Program, Aoi and the other two weren't allowed to leave the room without a special request. They were staying in a 3-person suite, and the signal in the room was shielded. No communication magic treasure could send a signal out. Junko would be responsible for their meals. She would deliver their meals at a fixed time, and after they were done eating, she would take away all the trash. Of course, to ensure that Aoi and the other two wouldn't go crazy in the room, the TV in the room could be turned on as usual. Moreover, a game console had been installed in the room, so that they could play some standalone games that didn't require an online connection to pass the time. This was a very simple job, and even a little boring, but the advantage was that it was generally more leisurely. Reasonably speaking, Asakusa Nakaharu should be happy, but she didn't feel relaxed at all. She had wanted to go with Kamiya Ryoko to see Jean Dang earlier because she had her own plans. It was absolutely right not to stay in the hotel at this time. Because Aoi and the other two were very important to Miss Ryoko, but now that she was forced to stay, even Asakusa Nakaharu herself didn't know what would happen next. She sat on the bed, hugging her knees, her thoughts extremely complicated. At that moment, her phone vibrated. Just like before, an unknown call made Asakusa Nakaharu's heart instantly jump. What's going on? It seems that you haven't reported the situation for 2 days in a row. Although the voice on the other end of the phone had been modified, it was still a person with a rough voice. Asakusa Nakaharu knew who was talking to her. She immediately fell into silence, and after a long time, she said, "Sorry. I asked for leave to go to the hospital yesterday, so, don't make excuses." The person on the other end of the phone didn't bother to listen to her explanation. "Ms. Junko, I hope you can understand your situation and position. Don't play tricks." "I know, very good. Now, let me ask you. Is Inoue Masahide still alive?" On the other end of the phone, the person sneered in a tone as if everything was under control. "Ms. Junko, I hope you can answer truthfully." Chapter 1490. Kamiya Ryoko had changed into light white sportswear. In fact, this was Spring Grass Shigure's clothes. Given that there would be more field work later on, it seemed more convenient to move around in sportswear. She had put her hair up and a white cap over it. From a distance, she looked like a very good-looking boy. Of course, the main reason why Kamiya Ryoko looked like a boy wasn't the sportswear, the coiled hair or the cap, but the fact that her chest wasn't too high above sea level. Audjua personally drove Kamiya Ryoko to where Golden Lantern was currently staying. On the way, from time to time, he would look at the girl sitting in the front passenger seat with her arms crossed and her eyes slightly closed. Halfway there, Kamiya Ryoko finally couldn't take it anymore. "Have you seen enough? Shouldn't I be the one asking that?" Audjua gripped the steering wheel, not the slightest bit flustered. "What do you mean?" Kamiya Ryoko frowned. "If you don't look at me, how do you know I'm looking at you?" Kamiya Ryoko was stupefied by this question. This was Audjua's usual roguish sophistry. She knew that as a foreigner, she would most likely be at a disadvantage if she continued to bicker with him. So she simply snorted and turned her head away. "If you want to look at me more generously. Isn't it a little too petty to look at me through the reflection in the glass window?" Audjua laughed. "You, nonsense." Audjua didn't know if he had hit the nail on the head, but the girl's face heated up. "As long as you know whether I'm talking nonsense or not. Aren't you always looking at me out of the corner of your eye? I'm driving, so I have to watch the road. I can't help it, I can only look at you out of the corner of my eye. She was glad that the car was now passing through a tunnel. The environment inside was relatively dark, so her expression couldn't be seen, otherwise it would have been too embarrassing. Kiyomiya Ryoko was a very good person at adjusting her mood, even Lotus Sun couldn't catch up to her in this regard. The moment the car drove out of the tunnel, the girl's expression had already returned to normal, and she had that cold poker face again. Unfortunately, Chua sighed in his heart. He had never denied that he liked to tease Ryoko Kamiya. The main reason was that he deeply felt this girl's adorable side. But the problem was that Ryoko's emotions fluctuated quickly, and she also adjusted quickly. Sometimes, he really couldn't tell what the girl was thinking. How did you do it? Finally, he couldn't help asking. What? Your ability to control your emotions. Ryoko blushed. When I was young, I was a child star for a period of time. Oh, so you've dabbled in show business before? Chua was surprised. That's not right, but it doesn't seem to have been mentioned in your resume. Which TV series did you shoot? It's just an advertisement. Ryoko Kamiya frowned slightly, seemingly unwilling to face her past. Then why didn't you consider continuing? It's not like you've grown ugly. Instead, you've become cute. When Chua said this, Kamiya Ryoko quickly raised her hand to press down on her hat and did her best to restrain her expression. This wasn't something I wanted to do in the first place. It was my mother's wishful thinking, Ryoko explained. It was for this reason that she had never been willing to mention that she had once shot an advertisement as a child star. In Ryoko's view, this was actually a dark history. Of course, the female bodyguard Junko knew about it, but because she knew that this was a minefield, Kusakusa Shigeru had never mentioned it. But now, Ryoko Kamiya had actually taken the initiative to bring it up in front of Chua. She herself felt it a little inconceivable. After that, there was a long silence in the car. It wasn't easy to find a chance to be alone with the girl, and Chua certainly wouldn't miss out on this kind of teasing. He knew that Ryoko Kamiya had always paid more attention to her image. In a situation like this where there were no outsiders around, it didn't matter even if she joked a little, because no one else could hear it. What kind of advertisements did you shoot? Chua asked. The corners of Ryoko's mouth twitched. She had thought that this topic was over. Sure enough, she had underestimated Chua. This old liar was obviously doing it on purpose, none of your business. She clenched her little fists, the expression on her face changing like the energy indicator light on Ultraman's chest. It's not a serious advertisement, is it? Chua deliberately sounded her out. Of course it's serious. It's a lifestyle advertisement. It's something that every family uses. Ryoko Kamiya was excited, but then realized that she had let the cat out of the bag. A lifestyle advertisement? Chua thought for a bit. Toilet paper. Roll paper. This was the first answer that came to his mind. After all, these two things were essential for a single man. Late at night, having toilet paper as a companion was also the romance of a man living alone. Seeing that the girl's expression didn't change much, Chua knew that he had most likely guessed wrong, and hurriedly corrected himself. It's not a birth control product, is it? I was so cute when I was little. Anyone who saw me would want to have a few more. How could I endorse a birth control product? After saying this, Ryoko Kamiya realized that Chua had once again gotten information out of her. This was a detective skill that Chua had learned from old Liang of Songhai First Prison. Chua himself hadn't expected that it would actually be useful in love. As he drove, Chua suddenly laughed as he gripped the steering wheel. I know, the advertisement you're endorsing isn't for something like diapers, is it? After all, this was an advertisement that Ryoko Kamiya regarded as a dark history. This was the only type of advertisement that Chua could think of. What was an advertisement for baby diapers like? An ignorant baby, in a situation where he didn't know anything. The image of a naked baby crawling around on a soft cushion while the staff teased him with laughter. Just thinking about it made him feel ashamed. This time, Kamiya Ryoko buried her head in her knees, looking autistic. Listening to Jua's laughter as he tried not to laugh, she finally jerked her head up and looked at him with an extremely gloomy expression. If you dare search, I'll never talk to you again. Don't worry, I won't, Jua comforted her. In fact, that was exactly what he was thinking. A few minutes later, he was driving up a mountain road. What is this place? I've already contacted Senior Golden Lamp. Senior Golden Lamp is cultivating in seclusion deep in the mountains these days. When the car was halfway up the mountain, there was no longer a path for cars to go uphill. This was an abandoned observation deck that hadn't been visited for a long time. Because there had been countless accidents here, the road had already been closed long ago. Jua could only park the car on the side and choose to walk up the mountain with Ryoko. Is Senior Golden Lamp really in a place like this? This is Mount Wind and Thunder. Because of its unique geographical environment, the top of the mountain is sometimes shrouded in thunderclouds. But for cultivators, it's a good place to temper their bodies. Because there's a certain chance of being struck by lightning. Dubiously, Ryoko followed Jua up the mountain road. Monk Golden Lamp was nowhere to be seen, but his voice could already be heard. The girl was instantly dumbfounded. It sounded like an exorcism chant: Great Mighty Dragon of Heaven, Revered Ksitigarbha, Daluo Dharma Mantra, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Pata Mantra. Flying Dragon in the Sky. Go! After reciting the chant, Jua and Ryoko saw a 3,000-foot thunder dragon scurry into the clouds from the top of the mountain. Chapter 1491. When this thunder dragon shot out of Golden Lamp Monk's palm, it stirred up all the dark clouds in the sky, twisting them together like fried dough twists. In a flash, thunder roared in the sky, accompanied by a dragon's roar. By the time Jua and Ryoko reached the mountain top, which had been covered by dark clouds, was now a dazzling scene of sunlight shining through the clouds and fog. Monk Jin Deng's palm had completely depleted the thunderclouds that had accumulated in this area. But Mount Wind Thunder had a special environment, and it was an unusual phenomenon for sunlight to shine here. The bright scene was temporary, and in less than half an hour, it would be covered by a large number of dark clouds again. Ordinary people wouldn't dare set foot in a dangerous area covered by heavenly thunder like this, and Golden Lamp Monk naturally didn't care. He could even withstand the thunder of primal chaos, to say nothing of this insignificant nature. The reason why he had chosen Mount Wind Thunder was actually because he was practicing his brand new palm technique, the Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon. It was a palm technique that could condense the power of nature and transform it into spirit power, thereby creating explosive lethality. Golden Lamp Monk had tried many ways to condense the power of nature, but in the end, he had found that natural thunder was the best for enhancing the power of his palm technique. Of course, compared with the monk's other more lethal palm techniques, the Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon was in fact a long way off. In Golden Lamp Monk's own judgment, this palm technique could only be regarded as his basic palm technique, but there was indeed a need to study it. The main thing was that Golden Lamp Monk had realized that his palm technique was too powerful. Although the persona of a holy monk with one palm was very handsome, there was a small chance that he would make a mistake when faced with a mission to capture someone alive. He had clearly wanted to capture someone alive, but in the end, he had sent them away with one palm, which was very embarrassing. The Mighty Heavenly Dragon was a new spell that Monk Golden Lamp had developed based on his current situation. Apart from the fact that he could adjust its power, the more important thing was that this spell could allow the monk to capture any ghost alive on Earth with 100% certainty. You are Senior Golden Lamp. Ryoko hadn't expected that Jua wouldn't lie to her this time. He had smoothly led her to this legendary great senior who had developed the ghost manual. There was clearly some excitement on her face. She had wanted to kneel down in a grand salute, but the moment she bent her knees, Golden Lamp Monk helped her up. Miss, you don't have to be so polite. Tyrant smiled. His bright and clean head was reflecting light under the direct sunlight. Komiya Yoshiko was stunned. She suddenly felt that Golden Lamp Monk was much kinder than she had imagined, and he looked younger than she had imagined. "Senior, do you know me?" Ryoko Komiya asked. "Of course, you are a child of the Jogong family." Jin Deng said, "The old master of the Jogong family used to be my old friend, and the ghost record I gave him back then was actually the proof of our friendship." "Then you must know about me, senior." "Of course. Mr. Zhua and I are also good friends. Before he told me, I already knew that you were coming to find me." A few short words shocked Komiya Yoshiko. Monk Golden Lamp's foresight was even more amazing than she had imagined. What surprised the girl the most was that this great senior, who had done their Jogong family a favor, actually seemed to have a deep friendship with Zhua. So now Komiya Ryoko felt that she was completely confused. She felt that the Zhua she knew wasn't the same old liar who was widely rumored to be in the Jogong family. This humble monk already knows the real reason why this copy of the ghost record in Miss Ryoko's hands is rioting. At that moment, the monk narrowed his eyes. Someone used the main book of the ghost record to forcibly open the escape passage of the copy and release those ghosts. Used the main book, Komiya Yoshiko frowned deeply. The main book of the ghost record had been sealed in the Jogong family's house. In other words, the real reason why this copy of the ghost record had rioted was indeed related to someone in the Jogong family on Sun Island. Komiya Yoshiko, but who on earth? Hearing this, the monk was silent for a while before he said indifferently, "It's not time for this humble monk to reveal this matter. Because it concerns the fate of Miss Ryoko and the Jogong family. So this humble monk can only say this much. Miss Ryoko will have to investigate the rest on her own." "I understand. Thank you for your guidance, senior." Komiya Yoshiko's pupils contracted slightly. At the same time, she had a new plan in mind. To deal with the internal affairs of the Jogong family, she had to deal with them first. But if she returned to investigate in person now, she was bound to encounter an even more dangerous situation. So now, there seemed to be only one way left. This was the plan that Komiya Yoshiko had suspended. But now, it seemed that this plan was the best choice, and so, that night, Komiya Yoshiko went to see someone. After deciding to use the suspended plan again, it took her several hours to make up her mind. For Komiya Yoshiko, in her short life of more than 10 years, it was the first time that she had paid a special visit like this. As the person whom Komiya Yoshiko was asking for help, even Lotus-san was surprised. "Classmate Yoshiko, you." In the living room of Lotus-san's villa, all kinds of gifts from Komiya Yoshiko were placed on the floor. There were perfume, high-end cosmetics, skincare products, and many local specialties exclusive to Sun Island. "I know you don't lack anything, so if you want these things, just take them. In any case, I'm putting them here, so it doesn't matter if you throw them away." Komiya Yoshiko snorted. "Classmate Yoshiko, since it's a gift from classmate Yoshiko, of course I'll cherish it." Lotus-san laughed. After understanding Komiya Yoshiko's personality, she was no longer surprised by some of the girl's harsh and rude words. Because these words had to be heard in reverse. "Since you've accepted my gift, does that mean you're willing to help me?" Komiya Yoshiko had a hopeful look in her eyes. "I have to hear what kind of help it is first." Lotus-san smiled. "If classmate Yoshiko is here for breast enhancement, there's nothing I can do. You speak as if you're very old." Komiya Yoshiko snorted. "I'm older than you, classmate Yoshiko." Lotus-san smiled. She was deliberately testing Komiya Yoshiko's sincerity. In the end, to Lotus-san's surprise, the girl in front of her didn't get angry because of these words, and seemed to really want something from her. "I didn't come to you for this." Komiya Yoshiko composed herself and looked at Lotus-san. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly said, "I want to ask classmate Lotus-san to pretend to be me and return to the Komiya family." "Why are you asking me?" Faced with such a request, Lotus-san was surprised. At that moment, Kiyomiya Yoshiko looked at Lotus-san and said seriously, because only you are fit to pretend to be me, Kiyomiya Yoshiko. Is that so? Suddenly, Lotus-san smiled. It really wasn't Senior Ajua's suggestion. In fact, just half an hour ago, Lotus-san had received a text message from Ajua explaining Kiyomiya Yoshiko's plan in detail. The first sentence at the beginning of the message was, "Mistress, I beg you." Chapter 1492. He had Lotus-san disguise herself as him and return to Sun Island to solve the clan's internal problems. Ryoko Kamiya really didn't have much confidence in whether Lotus-san would agree or not. While everyone in the Jiogong family thought that she was still studying in Huashio Nation, the fake Jiogong who was pretending to be her suddenly appearing in the family would definitely throw those people who were secretly plotting against her into chaos. And this transformation trick was something that Ryoko Kyoya had thought of from the beginning. She knew that someone in her family was trying to make a move against her, so she made a plan in advance. This was a good way to lure the snake out of its hole. It was just that Kiyomiya Ryoko didn't expect that the people in the clan would be so eager to make a move on her, so the whole plan had to be carried out ahead of schedule. According to the original plan, Ryoko intended to let Junko play herself, but unfortunately, the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Things had developed to this point, which was obviously not what Ryoko Kiyomiya wanted to see. Human nature was complicated, even more complicated than the ghosts recorded in the ghost register. I see. After listening to Kiyomiya Ryoko tell her everything she knew, Lotus-san nodded slightly. So, classmate Ryoko, you've already noticed that there's something wrong with the female bodyguard called Kusakusa Shigeru, right? Yes. The expression on Ryoko's face was a little melancholy. But it was only after I came to Huashio Nation that I learned the exact information. So, the plan to let Junko disguise herself as me and return to the Kyugu family to lure the snake out of its hole has to be changed. Why did she betray you? Maybe it's because he was threatened. What I know is that Junko has a sister who is not related to her by blood. Kiyomiya Ryoko said, it should be her sister who was kidnapped. From the looks of it, it was similar to the Sixth Madam. The Sixth Madam's family was a well-known underworld family on Sun Island. But we don't have any concrete evidence yet. Do you need help? No, in fact, Junko's sister has been successfully rescued by us, Kiyomiya Ryoko said. Since you knew there was something wrong with Miss Junko, why did you still send her to the hotel? Lotus-san asked. Hearing this, Ryoko frowned slightly. Junko watched me grow up. She's like a sister to me. He is indeed the person I trust the most. If she really wanted to kill me, she actually had a lot of opportunities to do so, but Junko never did it. So, you still believe in her? Will the witness protection program leak out? This is the final test. Kiyomiya Ryoko said, the other party is still hiding the fact that Junko's sister has been rescued and intends to continue to threaten Junko. Won't be discovered. We just need to use the videos that were recorded in advance. If we change the time slightly, Junko will still be kept in the dark unless we reveal the truth. One last question. At this time, Lotus-san sighed slightly and said, according to the original plan, Junko disguised herself as you. In order to avoid suspicion, are you going to find someone to disguise as Junko? That's right, there's actually someone who can impersonate Junko. But just now, Ajua suggested that I replace him. Substitution. Who should we replace? Senior Golden Lamp. Ajua told me that you also know this senior. Lotus-san, he said that Senior Golden Lamp had played the role of a woman in order to experience the sufferings of the mortal world. Also, with Senior Golden Lamp accompanying you, your safety can be guaranteed. In fact, when Kiyomiya Ryoko learned that the monk had been a cross-dressing big shot, her young heart had also collapsed. Senior Golden Lamp, this was one of the great seniors she respected the most in her life. Who would have thought that such a lofty and imposing image would actually be destroyed by one sentence from Jua? That was the whole story from beginning to end. Lotus Sun still didn't know whether Kamiya's plan would be carried out smoothly or not. But just the thought of the monk pretending to be Junko and staying by her side was a very beautiful scene. After all, Lotus Sun had Mysterious Sea's battle strength to back her up, so she had nothing to fear at all. But now, she was more afraid of laughing out loud. At that moment, Lotus Sun couldn't help sighing with emotion in her heart. Senior Golden Lamp was too righteous. For the descendant of an old friend of the Kamiya family, he didn't hesitate to sacrifice himself to this extent. He was worthy of being the supreme Buddhist monk who had seen through the world of mortals, the strongest holy monk on earth. Such a great senior could go to this extent. So what reason did she have to refuse? In fact, Lotus Sun had already thought through the matter of agreeing to Kamiya Ryoko's request when Jua had sent her a text message begging her. Because overall, Kamiya Ryoko was someone who could be developed. If she could rope her in, she wouldn't have to worry about her investigating Wang Ling in the future. Helping Kamiya Ryoko would not only solve student Wang Ling's worries, it would also eliminate her own concerns about Kamiya Ryoko. This was the best of both worlds, and Lotus Sun felt that she had no reason to refuse. According to Kamiya Ryoko's plan, she would pretend to be Kamiya Ryoko, and Monk Golden Lamp would pretend to be the female bodyguard, Spring Grass Chongchun. But this alone was far from enough. Because they didn't have to pretend to be Kamiya Ryoko from the beginning, they would have to act according to the circumstances after landing on the island. If they directly went to the island in disguise from the beginning, their goal would be too obvious. Thus, they needed a cover story. Jua had already thought of this for Kamiya Ryoko. On the night that Kamiya Ryoko visited Lotus Sun's villa. Almost at the same time, Jua also paid a visit to the Wang family's small villa. Wang Ling had just ushered Jua into the bedroom, and the moment the door closed, Jua instantly knelt on the ground and drifted toward Wang Ling with inertia. Then, he hugged Wang Ling's thigh tightly. Shifu. Disciple, I beg you, you must go to the Sun Island exchange program. Disciple's happiness for the rest of his life is in your hands, Shifu. Wang Ling, there were 3 places in total for the Sun Island exchange program. In fact, this was Jua's special cover for Kamiya Ryoko's transformation plan to proceed smoothly. Because it was essentially for investigation purposes, the exchange quota could only be decided internally this time. That was to say, as a participant in the transformation plan, the monk would be the new teacher, Fire Ding, as the lead teacher for the inspection. Lotus Sun would also occupy one of the exchange quotas as a cover. Accompanying teachers didn't count, so there were still 2 places left for the exchange program. At that moment, Wang Ling rubbed his chin in thought. Even if he agreed to Jua's request, then, who did Jua intend to give this extra quota to? Shifu, don't worry about the remaining quota. It's fine as long as you agree, Jua said. Mr. Wang Ming said he wants to go. Wang Ling was stunned. He understood the reasoning, but the problem was that Wang Ming didn't seem to be a student of number 60 high. This was a little too much. Jua seemed to have already considered Wang Ling's problem. Shifu, don't worry about this. Mr. Ming has previously used his identity as Wang Shaoer to participate in the military training exercise for the 6 schools, so his student status is actually still at number 60 high. It's just that he's on suspension. Chapter 1493. Wang Ling suddenly felt that Jua had become a little bolder recently, but he had indeed never seen Jua beg him like this for someone before. For a moment, Wang Ling felt something tugging at his heartstrings, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He felt that he should be able to understand. But every time this happened, Wang Ling felt as if his heart was being firmly gripped by a large invisible hand. That invisible hand was like a cage, crushing all of his emotions that were about to rise and fall into the turbulent but hidden undercurrent in his heart. Thus, Wang Ling often felt that he didn't understand. But it was as if Audjua's request for Ryoko Kuya's sake could touch him, and he couldn't refuse it. Forget it, he would just treat it as a show of affection between master and disciple. Wang Ling's heart was actually very complicated, but he still found a reason to agree to Audjua's request. Giving up all his strength for the person he liked, somehow, Wang Ling felt that this scene was a little familiar. During the joint military training exercise for the 6 schools last semester, the old devil had knelt before General Yi in front of everyone for the sake of his wife. To this day, Wang Ling still remembered that scene. It was as if that scene had been engraved in his mind, and he couldn't forget it. Perhaps he still needed a lot of time before he could truly understand that kind of action, but he still had a long road ahead of him. Who knew when he would be able to understand? Maybe 10 years. Maybe 20 years. Or maybe forever. Wang Ling smiled bitterly in his heart. He reached out to rub the curls on Audjua's forehead, and he felt a warm current flow between his eyebrows into his head. It was as if Wang Ling had given him strength to fill up the reservoir of the 33 paths of primordial qi inside his body. At the same time, he told Audjua some things in the hope that he would pay more attention to him while he was away from the country. Shifu, you agree? Audjua was overjoyed and excited to the point of tears. The truth was that he hadn't thought that Wang Ling would definitely agree at first. After all, his request conflicted with Shifu's passion for a peaceful life. Going abroad as an exchange student was really too eye-catching. But Audjua had in fact already thought of a remedy. This operation was a two-way exchange between number 60 High and Sun Island. Given that other schools weren't involved, Audjua could still temporarily block the news. After Audjua left, Wang Ling waited in the bedroom for that man to appear. When the remote holographic projection appeared in the bedroom, Wang Ming's smiling face appeared in front of Wang Ling. Looking at Wang Ling's expression, the young man couldn't help laughing. I really didn't follow you on purpose this time, I really do have something important to do. He looked at Wang Ling and said, do you remember the silver horn DNA we investigated previously? Teacher Guoping is now an expert in this field. Although he couldn't find any DNA comparison data in the database, he still determined that this silver horn person might be related to some aliens who illegally stayed on Earth on Sun Island. His judgment is the same as the result I got from hacking into the private database. Originally, this matter should have been handed over to Teacher Guoping, but isn't he too busy right now? Wang Ling looked at Wang Ming doubtfully. He knew this man too well. Even if he didn't read his mind, he knew that there must be another reason behind it. Alright, I admit that there aren't many opportunities to travel at public expense. I've been cooped up in the country for too long. I just want to find an opportunity to go out and have some fun. Then what about Jai Yin? Wang Ling asked telepathically. You definitely won't be able to shake her off. She'll buy another plane ticket to follow us, said Wang Ming. At that moment, Loopy Toad, who had been lying on the ground in silence for a long time, lazily raised its eyelids and chuckled. I think this girl should like you. Be more confident, don't should. She just likes me, said Wang Ming. Wang Ling and Loopy Toad rolled its eyes. You already know that, but you're still hanging on to her. I'm doing this for her own good. Also, I think it's probably impossible for me and Jai Yin to be together, Wang Ming sighed. I used the brain deduction technique to calculate our compatibility, but it's really too low. There's only a very small chance that we'll end up together happily. Saying this, Wang Ming raised a finger. You only have a 10% chance? Asked Loopy Toad. Wang Ming shook his head. No, 10%. Wang Ling and Loopy Toad, Wang Ming's smile gradually faded. Maybe I really am not the one she's destined to be with. If Jai Yin is with someone else, she might live a happier life. On the other side, news of the Sun Island student exchange program had also reached the Jiugong family. This was an internal communication between Jiugong Ryoko and the Jiugong family to release the news in advance. This was also a plan that Jiugong Ryoko and Audjua had come up with after discussion. Is number 60 High going to send 3 students over, Ryoko? The person who spoke to Jogong Ryoko was the Jogong family's exclusive foreign affairs liaison officer, Luminous Immortal Kazuo. This was a tall old man with silver white hair. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion, and didn't have the slightest wrinkle on his face. Yes, Uncle Ing. I'll send you the information on the 3 people and the teacher leading them, said Jogong Ryoko. No problem, leave it to me. Don't worry, Miss Ryoko. I'll definitely contact the best school closest to the Jogong family, and give our distinguished guests from afar the best experience. Luminous Immortal Kazuo smiled. By the way, Miss Ryoko, won't you take this opportunity to come home for a visit? The family head, Old Master and Old Madam miss you. This sounded like a test, and Jogong Ryoko was silent for a moment before she replied with a smile, I haven't completely established myself in Huaxiao Nation yet, so I can't come back for the time being. Please don't worry, Grandpa and Mom and Dad. Also, I should be able to find out the whereabouts of that dead fish-eyed youngster very soon. Dead fish-eyed youngster? You mean the one who was seen by the Daycrawler ghost back then? That's right. Jogong Ryoko said, I invested heavily in Master Shochong's research institute, and I believe that he'll soon be able to develop a tool that can smoothly find that youngster. The girl on the phone stopped telling her family that she was safe, and explained her various plans. But she didn't say that she had been poisoned by the world is full of dead fish eyes drug. After the announcement, Jogong Ryoko hung up the phone and patted her flat chest with a sigh of relief. It's finally all settled. At that moment, she was still in Lotus Sun's bedroom. You're still looking for that dead fish-eyed youngster? After hearing Jogong Ryoko's words, Lotus Sun asked, stifling a laugh in her heart. That's right. If it weren't for your drug, which causes me to look at other people with dead fish eyes, I might have found him long ago. Lotus Sun, I think you shouldn't be too obsessed with this, you might not be able to find him, Jogong Ryoko said, no. After you and classmate Wang Ling go abroad, I'll definitely find him. Lotus Sun. Chapter 1494. Lotus Sun, this time. I really have to thank you. After receiving a definite answer, Jamiya Ryoko was finally a little relieved. You're welcome, classmate Jamiya. Lotus Sun smiled generously and sincerely. I know you've always regarded me as your opponent. In fact, I've always been deeply honored to be chosen as your opponent, classmate Jamiya. Hearing this, Jamiya Ryoko immediately blushed. It had to be said that Lotus Sun's psychological attack was indeed superb, and the so-called Lotus Sun domain was in fact an enhanced and passive version of this psychological attack. As the future heir to Huaguo Water Curtain Group, Old Man Sun had trained Lotus Sun in a comprehensive manner since she was a child. Observing one's words and body language and observing one's heart was in fact a business tactic. After Lotus Sun confirmed that Jamiya Ryoko was different from Jiang Yingying and didn't really like Wang Ling, she had changed her strategy toward Jamiya Ryoko. From targeting her at the beginning to working together for a win-win situation now, it was all for the sake of helping Odd Zhuo win over this beautiful girl of the plains as soon as possible. As it turned out, Lotus Sun's move was indeed very effective. Don't misunderstand, classmate Lotus Sun, this time, it's just a temporary cooperation. You'll always be my opponent. Jamiya Ryoko blushed. She tried to disguise herself as super fierce, but she didn't realize that when her big eyes widened, she actually looked very silly and adorable. Classmate Ryoko, you don't have to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Senior Odd Zhuo. He was the one who arranged everything. I've never seen him beg anyone, said Lotus Sunday. Jamiya Ryoko crossed her arms and pursed her lips. Really, who asked him to meddle in other people's business? Although she said that, Lotus Sun felt that it was more like a spoiled child. Also, I want to know if the 2 people traveling with classmate Lotus Sun are reliable. Don't worry, classmate Ryoko, they're both on the same side. One is classmate Wang Ling, whom you've already met, and the other is Wang Shaoer, who's suspended from school. I know classmate Wang Ling, the one with the delicate features and dead fish eyes. Ryoko Kamiya shrugged. She didn't care too much about Wang Ling, because the effects of the drug hadn't worn off, and she looked at everyone with dead fish eyes. In contrast, she was actually more concerned about Wang Ming. By the way, who is this Wang Shower? What do you mean by saying that they're all on our side? Senior Audra didn't tell you? Lotus Sun suddenly smiled. Student Wang Ling and student Wang Xiao are actually his disciples. However, this matter has not been made public yet, so I hope that classmate Yoshiko can keep it a secret. He has a disciple. Yes. Lotus Sun said, Senior Audra is so awesome, of course he has to choose the right person to inherit his mantle. I see. Hearing this, Komiya Ryoko showed an expression of sudden realization and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. By the way, does classmate Yoshiko still suspect Senior Audra? He's a man of genuine ability and learning, Lotus Sun asked deliberately. I just feel that it's necessary to take a look. Senior Audra is a good man. And in terms of age, it shouldn't be a problem for you, Lotus Sun said deliberately. I'm underage. Komiya Ryoko emphasized. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot, classmate Yoshiko is the same age as me. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but Komiya Ryoko suddenly realized that Lotus Sun always seemed to be implying something. The girl in front of her was much scarier than she had imagined. The Sun Island exchange program had actually been proposed by the Komiya family from the very beginning, and could be considered Komiya Ryoko's plan to prevent internal strife in the family. In fact, this plan had always been in the process of being implemented, and could be activated at any time at Komiya Ryoko's command. No one had expected Komiya Ryoko to be so meticulous at such a young age, and she hadn't expected her plan to be put to use so soon. If it was possible. Komiya Ryoko hoped that she would never have to use this plan for the rest of her life. That night, Komiya Ryoko closed her eyes as she tossed and turned in bed, thinking about a lot of things. She didn't know how much time had passed before she finally fell asleep. In her dream, she found herself walking on the surface of a frozen lake. A snowstorm blocked her view. For a moment, Komiya Ryoko found that she couldn't see the road in front of her clearly. The faces under her feet were smiling at her at first, but then they suddenly turned into ghosts and leaped out of the frozen lake, turning into all kinds of ferocious forms and pouncing on her. This dream again. This wasn't the first time Komiya Ryoko had dreamed of such a nightmarish scene. She silently stood in the snowstorm, watching these ghostly faces attack her body. She let them turn into masks that were difficult to tear off, layer by layer, covering her pure white face. She didn't know when it started, but she began to find that her family had become more and more complicated. When she was young, the big, happy family that had been so warm that it could melt everything in her heart, gradually began to be overshadowed by all kinds of dark undercurrents. She didn't know when it started, but Komiya Ryoko found that her smile began to lessen. She began to learn to disguise, to fake a smile, and to put on the cold face of society to deal with all the difficulties in front of her. She seemed to have become what she hated the most. All the changes, all the helplessness, made Komiya Ryoko like a bird frightened by the mere twang of a bough. She lived carefully, as if walking on thin ice, and in this doomsday scene, Komiya Ryoko walked for a long time. It should be over soon. She estimated the time of this nightmare in her heart, feeling that she was about to wake up. But what the girl didn't expect was, for the first time, her doomsday nightmare actually had a follow-up, at this time, just as she walked alone on the ice, enduring the impact of the snowstorm and the ghostly faces. A ray of light suddenly pierced through the scene in front of her. In an instant, the snowstorm dissipated, and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. The sun shone on the frozen lake, and those annoying ghostly faces all evaporated one by one, completely disappearing. Classmate Ryoko. The familiar voice made Komiya Ryoko instantly look in the direction of the voice. And at the end of the voice was a man standing on the riverbank, waving at her and smiling at her. At that moment, Komiya Ryoko felt as if her heart had been struck by something. Like shedding dead skin, the facial makeup on her face peeled off her cheeks layer by layer, and then turned into fine powder. Joie, she looked at the person in front of her in disbelief, and was about to step forward when the dream suddenly shrank. When Kiyomiya Ryoko woke up, it was already the next morning. After waking up, the girl hugged her knees like a frightened little hedgehog, and trembled as she curled up on the bed for a long time. She had actually dreamed of Joie. She was crazy. Chapter 1495. On Monday the 14th of December, 2 people from number 60 High School's Grade 1, Class 3 were absent. One was Wang Ling, and the other was Lotus Sunday. Among those in number 60 High School who knew that Wang Ling and Lotus Sun were about to leave the country, there were actually Gu Xuanji, Wang Zhen, and the others. They were now core members of Battle's sect, so they could still find out. According to Teacher Pan's official explanation, Wang Ling and Lotus Sun were sick, so they needed to rest at home for a while. If it was anyone else who disappeared, there probably wouldn't be too many people paying attention, but when these two disappeared together, people's imaginations ran wild. Sick together. And applying to rest at home at the same time. The rest of the class might believe this, but Super Chen and Hirogwa didn't believe it so easily. No way. It really happened. The two buffoons looked at each other with marvelous expressions on their faces. On the ancient street of cultivation culture, they had slipped away in advance and deliberately left some space for themselves. They had thought that they would make some progress, but who would have thought that it would be so fast? In just 2 days, they were already in the hospital. Abortion, they immediately thought of a scene that often appeared in TV dramas. Hirogwa, Li Yuyue, and Super Chen had set up the Ling Rong Assist discussion group. They were discussing the situation enthusiastically. You guys are too dirty. What are you thinking? Who says that going to the hospital has to be an abortion? Besides, how can it be so fast? Li Yuyue said crossly. Then if it's not an abortion, is it possible that Wang Ling couldn't restrain himself and wanted to be a beast for once, and then someone found out and broke his leg? Even Hirogwa himself didn't quite believe it when he said this. The probability of this indifferent piece of wood becoming a beast was almost zero. If he had, he would have done it long ago. Back at the Shao family compound, they had plenty of opportunities to be alone. I don't think Ling Zi is the kind of man who would do that kind of thing. At that moment, Super Chen suddenly typed, but the two of them disappearing at the same time and taking sick leave is indeed a little interesting. I think there's more to it than meets the eye, said Li Yuyue. The main reason was that the three of them had sent private messages to Wang Ling or Lotus Sun asking about the situation, but hadn't received any replies. This situation was indeed a little inconceivable. However, they knew Old Pan very well. As a meticulous gold medal teacher, Old Pan basically wouldn't help others lie to them. From the looks of it, someone more senior than Old Pan must have planned and organized something, and then called Wang Ling and Lotus Sun out. Could it be studying abroad? At that moment, Super Chen suddenly said, I remember that when foreign students came to our school in the past, there seemed to be a student exchange program. Isn't there going to be a new student in our class this time? It's possible. When Hirogwa and Li Yuyue saw Super Chen's words, they immediately nodded like chicks pecking at rice. So you're saying, they're actually on a honeymoon abroad? Li Yuyue's mouth twitched. At that moment, Hirogwa couldn't help laughing. Honeymoon is an exaggeration. Can you call it a honeymoon when it comes to cultured people? That's called learning. Li Yuyue said, yes, yes, yes. Study. He he he. Super Chen chimed in. He he he. After some discussion, Super Chen and the others seemed to have an answer. They were Wang Ling's best brothers, and even if they knew something, they would only rot in their stomachs and wouldn't say a word. However, Super Chen and the others weren't the only ones who had doubts about this matter. On this day, Jiang Yingying wasn't in a good mood either. She looked anxiously at Wang Ling and Lotus Sun's empty seats, and felt that something was up. When school was almost over, Jiang Yingying used the same trick again and blocked Super Chen and Hero Guo at the school gate. "Classmate Jiang, please let me go, I really don't know where Lingzi is." Hero Guo raised his hands in surrender, while Super Chen loyally stepped forward and shielded little fatty Guo behind him. "I know that you have a good impression of Lingzi, but there are times when you really can't force things. As Wang Ling's best brother, your behavior isn't just troubling for us, it's also troubling for classmate Wang Ling." Super Chen spoke very seriously, and Jiang Yingying stared blankly at him. The girl lowered her head, her face flushed red. She was probably embarrassed and was reflecting on herself. Seeing Jiang Yingying's nose twitch as if tears were going to fall in the next second, Super Chen hurriedly relaxed his tone and said as gently as he could, "Actually, classmate Jiang Yingying, I've always wanted to ask, do you really like classmate Wang Ling?" Jiang Yingying's mind instantly blanked at these words. Of course no, what I want to ask is, do you like Lingzi's literary talent, or do you like him?" Super Chen smiled. "Although I've been single for a long time, I more or less know a little about relationships. At our age, it's actually very easy to mistake good feelings, friendship, worship and the like for like. You just read one of Lingzi's essays and said you like him, so I think classmate Jiang Yingying should consider this carefully." Jiang Yingying was instantly speechless, and for a moment, she actually didn't know how to refute Super Chen's words. "It's fine, classmate Jiang, you don't have to answer me now. My questions are only because I am your son's brother, and I am asking you some questions." "They're just some immature little questions," said Super Chen. Actually, Super Chen himself didn't know why, but his mouth seemed to be getting better and better at talking, especially since the beginning of this semester. It seemed that his ability to organize his words had been strengthened. To be more precise, it should be after the math class with the new vice principal, teacher Hu Ding, had started, Jiang Yingying was powerless to answer the series of questions. She stopped asking about Wang Ling's situation, and with a slightly dazed expression on her face, she walked to the bus station. "Aren't you going too far?" Super Chen frowned and was a little worried. "Let's follow behind and send classmate Jiang Yingying back first. Her condition is indeed worrying," said Hero Guo. Just like that, the two of them discussed and secretly followed Jiang Yingying. At that moment, Wang Ling and Lotus Sun were going through the relevant procedures to go abroad at the same place. Because he had to be present in person, Wang Ling had no choice but to participate in this matter himself. Actually, this wasn't Wang Ling's first time going abroad. The main thing was that it was his first time going abroad according to the official procedures, because he had habitually used teleportation before. Theoretically speaking, Wang Ling had already entered other countries illegally several times. Furthermore, he had repeatedly jumped around, and no one could do anything to him. Huaxiao Cultivation Entry-Exit Administration. At that moment, Wang Ling, who was taking a passport photo, ran into a new problem. "Classmate Wang Ling, can you smile for a bit?" The female police officer who was taking the passport photo raised her SLR camera and looked at Wang Ling as she asked. Wang Ling grinned. The female police officer didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why do you smile like you're crying?" Wang Ling, female police officer, "Come, copy me, isn't Kushuan handsome?" Wang Ling, female police officer, "Don't keep silent, just copy me." "I'll take the photo." Wang Ling, "But I can't lie," female police officer. Chapter 1496. Almost all of Wang Ling's ID photos had a dead look on his face, as if he had nothing left to live for and had yet to wake up. He lacked the temperament of a sunny teenager, which was probably a problem that was hard for Wang Ling to change. This had directly led to him being labeled a melancholy teenager since he was young, which was different from that kind of abstinence. Who knew if it was because of his dead fish eyes, which directly made him look a little hollow. In junior high, Wang Ling remembered that he had been given a very excessive nickname, Young Master Kidney Deficiency. Wang Ling didn't know where this nickname had come from. But he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this kind of childish behavior. Essentially, giving people nicknames in school was also a kind of violent behavior. But the truth was that the nickname incident in junior high didn't last long. At that time, a lot of people really felt that Wang Ling was weak, and deliberately ran over to pick on him to bully him. For example, when Wang Ling was in the bathroom, they would rush out of the single cubicle in the back and violently take pictures of him. For example, when Wang Ling was in the bathroom, they would rush out of the single cubicle in the back and violently take pictures of him. This guy could really be called young master kidney deficiency, which young master kidney deficiency could grow into a space-cracking throne. After another 10 minutes or so, the female police officer finally gave up completely, just like those photographers who had been keen on taking smiling ID photos. Such a good-looking young man was actually an autistic teenager. What a pity. She stared at Wang Ling's ID photo with his paralyzed face and sighed emotionally in her heart. In fact, not all police officers who took ID photos had this kind of patience. On one hand, it was because they were relatively free today, and on the other hand, this female police officer actually liked Wang Ling. Overflowing with maternal instincts was probably a common problem for women. When she saw Wang Ling, it was as if she was looking at her own son. They were also about the same age. I think it's pretty good. On the side, Lotus' son was overjoyed, and instead thought that Wang Ling was very cute. Pretty good. The female police officer laughed. Sure enough, beauty was in the eye of the beholder. The next person to take an ID photo was Lotus Sunday. In fact, Lotus' son had had a passport for a long time. In addition to taking a new passport photo, she had also come to apply for an extension. Sorry to trouble you, police officer sister. Facing the camera, the girl's performance was very natural and natural. Her smile was not stiff at all, just like those celebrity models who were used to taking photos. This ID photo was taken smoothly and was far smoother than Wang Ling's. The young girl's skin was so good that even the policewoman was envious. She clearly hadn't retouched the photo, but it was as if she had turned on a beauty filter. While helping Lotus' son make a new passport, the policewoman glanced at the old photo on Lotus' son's passport. Then, he was shocked by the dazzling array of stamps from various countries on the passport. Wow, you've been to so many places. In the end, she was the young miss of Huaguo Water Curtain Group and had seen a lot of the world. The female police officer sighed inwardly. Money really limited people's imagination to a large extent. Perhaps most people would never be able to experience what the life of a rich person was like in their lifetime. In the process, Wang Ling saw the photo in Lotus' son's old passport. The Lotus' son in the passport was an adorable little girl. You already had a passport in primary school. Wang Ling was startled. No wonder Lotus' son had specially come over today to replace the photo. The difference between primary school and high school wasn't insignificant. And for some reason, staring at this photo of Lotus' son as a primary school student, Wang Ling felt a sense of familiarity in his mind. It was as if he and Lotus' son had met by accident a long time ago, but that memory had already become blurry. Wang Ling guessed that it might have been a casual encounter. As a result, he and Lotus' son hadn't noticed each other. By the time everything was ready, it was already close to evening. The boarding time was on Tuesday, December 15th, which was 8:00 tomorrow morning. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Audrey obediently waiting at the door in his own car. This was Audrey's private car, and it could already be considered a relatively low-key model. Today, Audrey had actually taken Wang Ling and Lotus' son around all day to go through all kinds of procedures. The passport was already the last step. Logically speaking, the issuance of passports actually wouldn't be that fast, but with Audrey's official involvement, they had gone through the Green Channel. It was the same for visas. As long as Audrey, number 60 high school, and the Jogong family on Sun Island got in touch, there wouldn't be any problems with visas. It could be said that everything was ready now, except for the final push. As Wang Ling and Lotus' son approached the car, Wang Ling suddenly noticed the dainty Jogong Ryoko sitting in the front passenger seat through the window. The girl had changed into her very familiar gothic dark clothes. She crossed her arms and frowned, and no one knew what she was thinking. "Come, my disciple, get in the car." Audra greeted Wang Ling enthusiastically with a smile on his face. Wang Ling sighed silently. He wasn't angry. In any case, it was all an act for now. Since Audra had helped him so much, Wang Ling didn't think it was a loss for him to be called his disciple. Furthermore, he also hoped that Audra and Jogong Ryoko would really become a couple. This girl Jogong wasn't easy to deal with. If she became an enemy, it would be very troublesome. Opening the car door, Wang Ling stood obediently to one side and politely let Lotus Sun take the seat first. Then, he got in from the other side. Jogong Ryoko glanced at Wang Ling through the rearview mirror, and seemed a little dissatisfied with this disciple. "You're such a rude disciple. You don't even greet your shifu." Holding the steering wheel, Audra's foot trembled when he heard Jogong Ryoko's question. Halfway through the car, he abruptly slammed on the brakes, causing Jogong Ryoko's head to bump forward. Aya! Jogong Ryoko was hit, but because she was wearing a seatbelt, it didn't hurt much, and she was just a little frightened. "Can you drive?" "If you can't, I'll drive." She felt aggrieved. Every time this happened, Jogong Ryoko would think of her disappointing flatland. If it was big enough, it would be 2 airbags. It would be good to cushion it. "You'll drive? Are you an adult?" Audra chuckled. It sounded like a casual remark, but there was in fact a hidden meaning behind it. Behind the scenes, Wang Ling and Lotus Sun could vaguely hear it. They all knew what Jogong Ryoko's secret was. Audra hadn't said it on purpose, he just felt that Jogong Ryoko was a little hostile toward Wang Ling, so he had said something quick-witted to make Jogong Ryoko pay attention to it. Sure enough, after he said it, the girl in the front passenger seat became a lot more well-behaved. She just turned her face away and looked out the window, as if she was sulking. In fact, she was also conflicted in her heart about whether Audra had discovered her secret. But what I said just now was probably unintentional. Jogong Ryoko comforted herself on the way. "Junior sister Lotus Sun, you have to leave first thing in the morning tomorrow. Tonight, it's my treat. What do you want to eat?" Audra asked after the atmosphere had turned awkward and the car was silent for dozens of seconds. "Wang Ling and I are fine," Lotus Sun replied with a smile. She knew that Wang Ling wasn't a picky eater, so she didn't have to worry about what he ate. In any case, with Wang Ling's physique, it was really hard for him to get fat. Even if he ate too much, he could rub it off. "Okay, I know a good barbecue place." Audra nodded, then turned to look at the sulking girl next to him. "What about classmate Jogong? Can you take it? Who wants to eat barbecue? They'll get fat." Jogong Ryoko murmured. "Classmate Jogong is already so thin, why are you afraid of getting fat?" "I don't think it's a big deal for a girl to get a little fat, as long as the fat goes where it belongs," Audra said with a smile. Hearing this, Jogong Ryoko's eyes instantly lit up, but then she quickly calmed down. The girl snorted and turned her head to look out the window. "Whatever you want," the atmosphere had probably been saved. Seeing this scene, Audra breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and couldn't help sighing at his own difficulties. Shifu and his wife were in the back seat, and his future wife was next to him. This was indeed a lot of pressure. After all, he and Jogong would really be together in the future. In addition to that father-in-law who had been flirting everywhere, there were still 6 mothers-in-law in front of him. The 4 of them arrived at the barbecue place without a hitch. Audra didn't want to reveal his identity in public, so he wore sunglasses and a cap that kept his hair down. Jogong Ryoko was amused by his comical get-up. After taking a seat, Jogong Ryoko suddenly realized a problem. That classmate Wang Shower and senior Golden Lamp, aren't they coming? They'll meet up at Songhai International Boat Yard tomorrow morning. Don't worry about them, Audra said. The main reason was that Wang Ming's approval to go abroad was more troublesome. Although Audrey was already doing his best to coordinate, whether or not Wang Ming could ultimately go abroad still depended on the old secretary and President Qi's approval. After all, Wang Ming's job this time was to investigate aliens, which could be done even if Wang Ming wasn't needed. There were so many alien experts and scholars at the Magic Treasure Academy of Science, so it didn't really matter who they sent. The authorities were still worried that if Wang Ming's true identity was leaked and he was abroad, they might find an excuse to forcibly detain him. Although the probability of this happening was relatively small, it was still a potential risk that needed to be assessed. But Wang Ling himself was quite calm about this matter. With the Great Fortune spell, he knew that Wang Ming wouldn't be in trouble if he went through the vetting process. During the food order segment, a graceful waitress walked over from a distance with a tray in her hands. She placed the iced lemonade on the tray in front of everyone. "My name is Aya. This is the complimentary iced lemonade. If you need it, you can call me for a refill at any time." The waitress called Aya smiled. Then, she looked at Audrey. "Sir, you look a little familiar. Is that so?" Audrey pushed up his sunglasses and smiled awkwardly. Audrey glanced at Kamiya Ryoko indifferently and noticed that the girl's eyes were densely packed with thorns. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Audrey?" In fact, when she saw the loose curls on Audrey's forehead, the waitress had already confirmed Audrey's identity. As if on purpose, Aya kept her upper body very low. Even with his sunglasses on, Audrey could see the two eye-catching meatballs hanging from the waitress's chest, which looked like white flour. This barbecue restaurant was one of Audrey's regular customers. Although he usually tried to disguise himself, most of the waitresses in the restaurant knew it was him, and usually wouldn't make such a big fuss about nothing. This Aya was clearly new, and for a moment, Audrey felt a little helpless. Since he had already been recognized, he could only admit it. So Audrey took off his sunglasses and made a shushing gesture at Aya. "You're right, but I hope you can keep your voice down, I understand." The waitress looked excited. It was only at that moment that Kamiya Ryoko realized that she seemed to have underestimated Audrey's popularity. To be recognized in a public place while in disguise, he was really like a celebrity. Furthermore, most of the people who could recognize him were true fans who had been following him for a long time. This Aya didn't stand on ceremony. She took out her phone on the spot, set it to selfie mode, and then set the beauty level to the highest. "That. Mr. Audrey, can I take a photo with you?" She was very obedient and didn't disturb the other diners. She kept her voice very low, shy and a little numb, and then pretended to pull up the collar of her uniform. This scene immediately caused Wang Ling to obediently turn his face away. On the side, Lotus Sun watched this scene as if she were watching a play, and at the same time, she was very satisfied with Wang Ling's indecent gaze. In fact, Wang Ling also didn't know why he had turned his face away. Maybe it was out of a straight man's instinct, but he felt that he should turn around. "Sorry, it's not convenient for me to take a photo with you." Audrey smiled at the waitress and refused. In fact, he had never refused this kind of thing before. Unfortunately, with the alliance election at hand, he needed to be extra careful. After all, he was currently very well known nationwide. Taking a photo with him wasn't a big deal, but he was afraid that people with ulterior motives would use it to do bad things. For example, a year ago, a restaurant owner had used a photo of Audrey to advertise that he was his relative, in order to drum up business. After that incident, Audrey had actually been more careful and rarely took photos with others. "Can't I?" This waitress called Aya looked disappointed when her request was turned down. She gently rubbed her foot against Audrey's leg. "If you don't mind, I can sign instead." The corners of Audrey's lips curled up slightly. Actually, he knew what this Aya was up to. However, he could resist temptation. This was in itself a test for cadres. Audrey considered himself a person with strong self-control. It wasn't like he had never experienced a situation like this before. It would actually be very easy to get rid of this waitress. But that wasn't what he was focused on. He was more curious about Jogong's attitude and reaction. The truth was that at that moment, Jogong Ryoko's expression was already very ugly. The girl's face was overcast, and coupled with her dark gothic gown, she looked like a witch in an ancient castle. Even if she didn't say anything, Lotus Sun could sense that Jogong Ryoko wanted to skin this waitress alive. "Odd brother Joie, I've always been your fan, I beg you, just one. Is that alright? I promise I won't tell anyone." But it seemed that this waitress wanted to waste time with Odd Joie. She spoke in an arrogant and delicate voice and didn't think anything of Jogong Ryoko at all. At that moment, Odd Joie actually couldn't take it anymore. He was about to respond to this matter with a serious attitude. In the end, Odd Joie hadn't expected Jogong Ryoko to be the first to restrain herself. The girl's back was ramrod straight. She was clearly sitting down, but there was a condescending air about her. Mr. Joie said that it's not convenient to take a photo together. Is it fun to waste time? I just want to take a photo together, can't I? Why do you care so much? After being questioned, Aya showed an aggrieved expression instead. Sitting upright, Jogong Ryoko had a contemptuous expression on her face. We're here to eat. If this young lady wants to show off her charm, you can go somewhere else. After all, there's something dirty when you eat, which will affect your appetite. Her words were too blunt. Odd Joie was stupefied. Lotus Sun secretly marveled at how brilliant this was. Wang Ling, on the other hand, fixed his gaze on the "see no indecent things" position from before. In this world, there was only one kind of war that Wang Ling might never be able to participate in. And that was a war between women. For some reason, Jogong Ryoko's aura seemed to instantly magnify. She was clearly only at the foundation establishment stage, but her boldness wasn't inferior to that of a soul formation cultivator. What do you mean? Aya looked like she had hit a sore spot, and the expression on her face was very unsightly. I don't mean anything else. I just mean that you should go somewhere else and clean up that mess. Jogong Ryoko faked a smile and pretended to glance lightly at the waitress's lower body. This was, in a split second, the waitress felt that something wasn't quite right with her situation. Because it just so happened that her period had come at this time. The tables had turned, and Aya instantly squeezed her legs together and fled in a panic. That's it. Looking at the waitress's disheveled back, Jogong Ryoko snorted. Classmate Ryoko, what did you do? Lotus Sun couldn't help laughing. Nothing. Jogong Ryoko shook her head and said. She couldn't be bothered to continue arguing with this flirtatious girl in front of her, because that would only attract more attention. Fortunately, she used the power of the copy of the ghost register. Because the truth about the riot hadn't come to light yet, Jogong Ryoko knew that it was actually risky for her to do so. But she hadn't been able to restrain herself just now, thus, she summoned a little brat called Excavator, and tampered with it a little. This little thing wasn't fatal, it would just bleed a little as a warning, and then it would be like she was on her period. Excavator, Wang Ling hadn't been deliberately reading her mind, he had just happened to hear it. He instantly broke out in a cold sweat, and once again felt how terrifying girls could be. Because Aya had gone to take care of her personal hygiene, the shop had switched over a male waiter to serve their table. They didn't have to roast the meat themselves, the waiter had been professionally trained and knew exactly how long it took to roast different parts of the meat. Seeing that the new waiter was called Little Light, Jogong Ryoko instantly felt a lot more at ease. She didn't regret what she had done just now. If that Aya hadn't left, she would have roasted the meat in front of Odd Joie while acting coquettishly. Just thinking about it made Jogong Ryoko feel a little nauseous. In comparison, the male waiter was much better. The waiter just buried his head in roasting the meat, and then divided it evenly among everyone's plates, remaining silent the whole time. If there was no contrast, there was no harm. Jogong Ryoko was so satisfied with the waiter that she wanted to tip him herself. As she chatted and laughed with Lotus Sun and Odd Joie, Jogong Ryoko suddenly noticed that the waiter was roasting an oxtail. His movements were very skillful. Who knew how many times he had been roasted before to have such experience? After being smeared with a special sauce, the oxtail was roasted fragrantly. Jogong Ryoko blinked as she looked forward to the waiter cutting off the tail after it was cooked. In the end, the waiter directly picked up an entire oxtail and put it directly on Jua's plate. "Mr. Jua, try this. This is our shop's signature roasted oxtail. It's a special gift." Jua was puzzled. A gift? This waiter called Little Light blushed endlessly. "Actually, I'm also a fan of Mr. Jua. I've been following you for a long time. I've always liked you very much." The waiter rubbed his head and smiled foolishly. Was this a confession? Or was it a boy? Wang Ling was so scared that he dropped his chopsticks. "Classmate Wang Ling, don't move. I'll help you pick them up." Lotus Sun was also very frightened. When she bent down to help Wang Ling pick up his chopsticks, she noticed that under the table, Jogong Ryoko had once again deftly flipped through that copy of the ghost book. She instantly had a premonition of this waiter's fate. Sure enough, this waiter called Little Light very quickly ran off to take care of his own business. Even a man? Lotus Sun was completely shocked. "It's all the same, one's great-aunt and one's great-uncle," Jogong Ryoko said indifferently. In her heart, she cursed Jua for finding this lousy shop. It really had all kinds of demons and ghosts. Wang Ling and Jua, and then, there was no, and then. After experiencing Aya and Little Light, Jogong Ryoko started to be extremely vigilant of the waiters who deliberately approached their table. It looked like everyone was there to confess. Anyone who approached their table and their gaze lingered on Jua for more than 10 seconds would be sent off by Jogong Ryoko to take care of their own business. Jogong Ryoko wasn't in the mood to eat, and her eyes were like searchlights as she looked around. She had thought that no waiter would dare approach them, but at that moment, she saw a smiling old man walking toward them from a distance. The girl looked at Jua in astonishment. She had never thought that even an old man would be attracted to him. Smiling wasn't a good thing. "Forget it, let's send them off together." "Classmate Ryoko, wait." At that moment, Jua, who had already seen through the girl's little trick, suddenly spoke up to stop her. "Jogong Ryoko, ? Jua, this person is the shop manager, I already know him." Jogong Ryoko, "No way, but I'm all ready." At this point, the old shop manager was already walking toward them. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jua, I don't know what's going on in my shop. It seems that everyone has a little problem today. Wang Ling, Lotus Sun, Jua and Jogong Ryoko, Aya, the newcomer in our shop, and Little Light, the one who came to serve you before, are actually boyfriend and girlfriend. I knew you were coming, so I arranged for this young couple, who are both your fans, to serve you. I didn't expect young people nowadays to be so frail and sickly." Speaking up to this point, the shop manager's expression suddenly changed. Jua had a bad feeling. "What's wrong?" "The shop manager, I'm sorry. I have to go as well to take care of my own business." Jua. Chapter 1497. Wang Ling realized that there seemed to be a lot of strange ghosts in the ghost record. After all, this ghost record was the foundation of the entire Jogong family for 100 years. The ghost called Excavator. It was in fact a collective vengeful spirit. It was mainly made up of billions of descendants who had been wrapped in toilet paper and flushed down the toilet by the boys on countless lonely nights. Only a few of them had become small vengeful spirits, which wasn't something to be afraid of. But at some point, they had accumulated into an ocean. This extremely frightening ghost had been created. In urban legends around the world, there were sometimes people who had unexplained blood in their stool or urine when they went to the toilet. The root cause was this collective vengeful spirit. Decades ago, the Jogong family had captured this thing and given it a code name, Excavator. And this was the origin of this ghost. After dinner, Jua left some cash at the front desk. The main reason was that almost everyone in the shop had gone to deal with their personal problems, and even the bill collector had disappeared. He deliberately gave more as an apology on Jogong Ryoko's behalf. Since his future wife had made a mistake, it was only right for him to give the shop manager a token of appreciation. In fact, although Jogong Ryoko didn't say anything about her rash behavior, she was actually deeply sorry in her heart. She had even felt that she had been a little neurotic. Nothing like this had ever happened before. But now, Jogong Ryoko realized, whenever it involved Ajua, she would always lose her rationality bit by bit, and lose her calm judgment. She thought of Ajua waving at her on the other side of the frozen lake after the snowstorm in her dream last night, his face radiant with sunshine. The girl's face involuntarily turned a little hot. She sent Wang Ling and Lotus Sun back separately. In the passenger seat, the girl who looked like she was taking a nap with her eyes closed suddenly made a growling sound in her stomach. The scene was a little awkward. Tonight's dinner had been too noisy, and Jogong Ryoko hadn't had a good meal. Furthermore, because she had overused the ghost, she had become even hungrier than before. Jogong Ryoko had wanted to put up with it for a little longer, and order a midnight snack when they got home. But her stomach had failed to live up to her expectations at that moment. Hungry? Ajua raised his eyebrows and asked, "Do you want to go for a midnight snack with me?" Komiya Ryoko knew that Ajua must have noticed that she was pretending to sleep. After thinking for a while, he opened his eyes. Roadside stalls are not clean. Who said I'm taking you to eat at roadside stalls? Ajua said, I can make it for you myself. Komiya Ryoko was surprised to hear this. You can cook? Of course. When I was in the basic army, I worked in the cookhouse for a while. Ajua smiled confidently and said, of course, it's a little late now. If you want to go back and rest, I can send you back now. If you want supper, follow me to the staff apartment. But I'm afraid it'll be midnight by the time we finish this supper. It's not good for the development of underage girls. These words made Ryoko Kiya silent. She swallowed the saliva in her mouth. She didn't know if it was because she was looking forward to Ajua's cooking or because she was really hungry, but she felt a little conflicted. You've always been a straightforward person. Is it really that difficult to make a decision? Holding the steering wheel, Ajua withdrew his gaze and deliberately didn't look at Komiya Ryoko's red face. Or is it because you heard that we're going to my apartment that you thought of something else? Hearing this, Ryoko stared blankly. Since Ajua had already said this, if she still didn't go, it would seem like she had a guilty conscience. So she folded her arms, rolled her eyes at Ajua, and looked at him with her shapely eyebrows furrowed. Let's go, I'm not afraid of you. Okay. As a master planner, Ajua was of course overjoyed to see that his fishing strategy had succeeded. In fact, it was only after Ryoko agreed that she realized she had been tricked by Ajua again. She didn't know why, but Ajua always seemed to be able to provoke that chord in her heart. But Komiya Yoshiko still refused to admit this matter verbally. Even though she seemed to already have the answer in her heart. But between her and Ajua, perhaps they could only be close friends at most, and there was no possibility of them going any further. Every time she thought of this, Ryoko's mood was like a ball of tangled cotton thread, extremely messy. The pressure from the family behind her might have already drawn a line between her and Ajua. Following Ajua to the staff apartment, Ryoko was shocked by where Ajua lived. It wasn't that it was gorgeous, but that everything was too clean. The wooden floor was spotless, there was a fragrance in the air, and all the smooth surfaces were so shiny that they reflected light, as if they had just been wiped. But what surprised Ryoko the most was Ajua's obsessive-compulsive neatness. The books on the bookshelves, the pendants on the walls, the knickknacks on the countertop, not only were the colors uniform, even the placement of everything was clearly at the same level. It was simply cleaner and more beautiful than her villa. As a man's bedroom, Ryoko thought it was a little outrageous. How did the saying go? If it was clean and tidy without any smell, it was either a trap or gay. You live alone? Ryoko asked. Of course. Audra nodded and couldn't help smiling. I want to find a wife to keep me company, but someone has to be willing to marry me. As he said this, Audra was pouring lemonade for Ryoko. He deliberately didn't look at the girl's expression, because he knew that she was definitely blushing out of embarrassment. Did you clean the house by yourself? Didn't you call the cleaner or something? Ryoko took the cup from Audra and didn't dare look him in the eye. You know what I do. Sometimes, due to work reasons, I might bring some information back. So it's not safe to call the cleaner. There's a risk of leaks. Audra smiled and said, it's just cleaning, it's not like I don't have hands and feet. There were in fact a lot of cleaning talismans on the market now, and with them, it wouldn't be too tiring for Audra to clean alone. Audra's family wasn't bad to begin with, and he had always pursued a clean, orderly and ritualistic life. It wasn't that Audra did a good job, it was just that he was a little more particular than many boys. But there was a saying, gold or silver, there was no place like your own kennel. No matter what your home was like, whether it was messy or clean, as long as you lived happily, outsiders naturally had no right to interfere. In order to live a better life, the struggling, young waves, worked hard from dawn to dusk every day, and they were already tired enough. As for whether or not he wanted to keep his home as spotless as his own, Audra felt that it was purely his own choice. He couldn't use the same standard to restrict everyone, after all, everyone's conditions were different. There were many ways to live life. It was fine as long as he could enjoy himself, and he didn't need to care about what other people thought. What are you going to make for me for supper? I'll make it for you. Ryoko pretended not to understand. Don't tell me you're talking about instant noodles. Why don't you come and see for yourself? Audra smiled. At that moment, Ryoko could already hear the clanking of pots and pans coming from the kitchen. Curious, she walked into the kitchen and saw that Audra was rolling noodles. Supper was actually handmade hand-rolled noodles. The thick and big rolling pin rolled the dough back and forth. After pushing it into a thin piece of cake, Kwamiya Ryoko saw a familiar emerald green light flash. In the blink of an eye, the dough had been cut into noodles of the same thickness and length. It had to be said that Audra's knife skills were too exquisite, as if they had been processed by a machine. The key was that the edges of the noodles were actually stained with a faint green bamboo color. At that moment, Audra said, "This is hand-rolled bamboo noodles, which I recently figured out. Even my disciple hasn't eaten it before." Ryoko was skeptical. Bamboo noodles, so that emerald spirit light just now couldn't have been, that's right, it was my spirit sword. Cut. You used a spirit sword to cut noodles? Actually, my knife skills aren't bad, and it's about the same as cut. But aren't you hungry? It's more convenient to cut it in advance. Audra smiled warmly. Also, the pre-cut dough has a fresh and elegant bamboo scent, and it also has the effect of removing oil and resisting sugar. Noodles are high in sugar and are taboo when it comes to weight loss. But with this, you don't have to worry about getting fat no matter how much you eat. Ryoko instantly understood. Audra had actually done this for her own good. It could fill the stomach and wouldn't make her fat. For supper, this, bamboo noodles, could simply be called perfect. In order to dispel Ryoko's doubts about his knife skills, Audra left out a hand when it came to cutting the ingredients for the hand-rolled noodles. Holding the kitchen knife, the knife moved rhythmically like a shadow on the chopping board. In a short while, the shredded cucumbers and carrots were cut and placed together, their alluring color greatly increasing one's appetite. While the noodles were cooking, Audra started another pot to prepare the special minced meat sauce for the bamboo noodles. Audra was astonishingly proficient in these movements. If Ryoko hadn't seen it with her own eyes today, she wouldn't have believed that Audra actually had this side to him. In modern cultivation society, a man who could cook and knew how to cook was a plus. She felt that Audra, who was meticulously cooking the bamboo noodles, was glowing from head to toe. "You actually know how to cook, I told you, I worked in the basic kitchen for a while." Audra smiled. He really didn't need to lie about this. His experience in the basic army back then was in fact far richer than Ryoko could imagine. The army's iron discipline, strict military management, and all kinds of training, whether it was spirit sword training, long-range magic weapon training, physical training, or cookouts. These were things he would never forget for the rest of his life. Experience points were always effective. For Audra, those experiences back then were the best training ground for him to become a man from a boy. And it was precisely because of those experiences. When Loopy Toad had suddenly descended on the human world 6 years ago, Audra had still charged to the front line despite knowing the gap in their battle strength. He had known that he might die. But he had still charged forward without hesitation. Thinking about it now, Audra sometimes felt that perhaps Wang Ling agreeing to accept him as a disciple back then had been a plus. After the vegetables and minced meat sauce were ready, Audra poured all the ingredients into the pot and began to mix the noodles. After stirring for 2 minutes, he carried the pot to the dining table. "So much, are you feeding pigs?" Ryoko was taken aback. "I'll eat with you." "Of course, I'm mainly afraid you won't have enough," Audra said with a smile. "TSK, I don't even know what it tastes like, what a waste." Ryoko gave Audra a contemptuous look. She then took the chopsticks that Audra handed her, picked up a noodle, covered her mouth, and slowly sucked it in like a lady. "How does it taste?" Audra looked forward to Ryoko's evaluation. When he saw what seemed to be a flash of light on the girl's face, he already had an idea. Unfortunately, this wasn't an anime. If it was China's cooking master teacher, there should be a scene of a group of young girls in Cheongsam fanning themselves in the back. If it was Spirit of the Halberd Eaters, there might even be clothes exploding or something, barely passable. "It's about half the level of my chef," Ryoko said after tasting the first mouthful. Then, she ate the whole pot of noodles. Audra said that he wanted to eat with her, but in fact he only ate a small bowl, mainly to taste the taste. While cleaning the table, Audra showed off the empty pot to Kamiya Ryoko. "I told you, it won't go to waste. Don't be too pleased with yourself, I just think it's shameful to waste." "It's not because your noodles are delicious." Ryoko snorted. She rubbed her belly and felt that she had indeed eaten a little too much, but the amazing thing was, she didn't feel bloated at all. Although it was her first time eating Audra's bamboo noodles, it had to be said that it did indeed leave a rich aftertaste. Audra stole a glance at the contented girl. While he was secretly happy, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. After eating the noodles, Ryoko's belly did look a little bigger, but it still hadn't grown in the places it should have. What a pity. After washing the pot, Audra saw the girl sitting on the sofa, looking very preoccupied. "What are you thinking about?" Audra noticed a problem. It was said that when one was full, one would think about money, but Ryoko was the opposite. After eating, she started to let her imagination run wild. "I was wondering if it was the right decision to let classmate's son and the others go to the Ryoko family." Ryoko was very worried. Only Ryoko herself knew how dangerous the Ryoko family was. Not to mention the power on the surface, there were turbulent undercurrents behind them. Once they got caught up, it would be difficult for them to get out. "It's fine, I'll keep an eye on them." Audra's calm eyes comforted Ryoko at that moment. He glanced at the time and saw that it was already 1 in the morning, so he asked, "Shall I send you back? Or are you going to stay here with me?" "Who wants to stay here with you?" Ryoko patted Audra hard on the shoulder and got up. But as soon as she got up, Audra grabbed her wrist and abruptly pulled her into his arms. Kamiya Ryoko felt like a yo-yo. Before she could react, Audra had already hugged her. "What are you doing?" Faced with such a rude action, Ryoko was both ashamed and annoyed, but strangely, her body actually didn't reject Audra's approach. "It's nothing, I just want to hug you." Audra's voice was very low, as if he was acting spoiled, and Ryoko's heart trembled when she heard it. Let go of me. I really have to go back. Ryoko pinched Ajua's thigh hard and struggled out of his arms with a red face. I'm sorry, classmate Ryoko, I was rude. Ajua smiled and raised his hands in surrender. Like hell I'll believe you. Ryoko snorted. She had already realized it. Apologizing humbly and daring to do it again next time, this was Ajua's true attitude when admitting his mistake. After a brief silence, Ryoko felt her mood calm down a little, and her face suddenly darkened as she resumed her cold look. I'm leaving. Shall I see you off? Ajua asked. No need. Ryoko's voice was cold, and the corners of her lips twitched slightly. The better Ajua treated her, the more sober she felt. Like she was reflecting on a hangover, Ryoko was reflecting on the unseen future between her and Ajua. When she reached the door, her figure seemed dispirited, which made Ajua's heart ache a little, and he had the urge to rush forward and hug her again. But he felt that this might arouse the girl's disgust, so he resisted the urge and didn't rush forward. For some reason, he felt that Ryoko suddenly had a lot on her mind. Before leaving Ajua's apartment, she left him with one last sentence. Don't do this in the future. It's better for us to be friends. Then, she quickly turned the doorknob and stepped out without hesitation. Have I been rejected? Ajua's heart twitched violently, and he smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that Ryoko wouldn't open her heart so easily. This was to be expected. Because he was worried about the girl going home alone. After Ryoko left, Ajua had immediately sent a scout to secretly follow her. Classmate Ryoko, it won't be that easy to shake me off. At that moment, Ajua was standing by the window, gazing lovingly in the direction of the villa where Ryoko lived and smiling slightly. No matter what Ryoko said or thought, he was certain. The girl in front of him was the happiness of his life. No one could sleep tonight. Whether it was Ajua or Ryoko, it was destined to be a sleepless night. Elsewhere, in an elegant mansion deep in the inner courtyard of the Ryoko family on Sun Island, the sixth wife of the Ryoko family was also having a sleepless night. Akano Hoshi was the name of the sixth wife before she had married into the Ryoko family. Now, she had changed her name to Ryoko. She was the youngest and most beautiful of all Ryoko's father's wives, and also the one with the richest family background. When the sixth wife had married into the Ryoko family back then, it had caused quite a stir. She was the only daughter of Sun Island's famous underworld gang, the star-picking group. Many people wished to marry into the star-picking group, but in the end, Akano Hoshi had still chosen the Ryoko family. It was a quiet night. Ryoko was sitting by the stove in her elegant room, waiting for news from Hwashio Nation. She was wearing a black fur coat, and there was a profound look in her eyes. Sixth wife. A slightly aged but magnetic voice rang out. It was none other than luminous immortal Harmony. This was the Ryoko family foreign affairs liaison officer who had spoken to Ryoko on the phone earlier. He had come here mainly to report on the exchange student program. The sixth wife in front of him was the last one. Because she didn't have the habit of using modern technology or communication magic treasures, there were a lot of things that needed to be communicated verbally. After marrying into the Ryoko family, she rarely interacted with the other members of the Ryoko family. Apart from going out, her range of activity was this elegant room and the small garden around it. Luminous immortal Harmony had a feeling. He felt that the sixth wife was a dangerous woman who had seen through everything. Is it news from Ryoko? Asked the sixth wife. Yes, madam. Miss Ryoko said that a group of exchange students from number 60 high will be arriving soon. Our Ryoko family will be in charge of hosting them this time, said luminous immortal Harmony. Of course. These are distinguished guests from afar, and we should take them seriously. The sixth wife opened her charming eyes and smiled. Has the school in charge of the handover been arranged? It's Jodao High School, luminous immortal Harmony answered truthfully. This was a school that the Ryoko family had invested in, and was very close to the Ryoko family mansion in East Prefecture City on Sun Island. Before Ryoko had transferred schools, she had been studying at Jodao High School. Thus, the sixth wife already had an idea when she heard this name, and a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. After a moment of silence, she asked again, "What about the accommodation arrangements? Do they live on campus or in the Ryoko family mansion?" "Rooms have been prepared on both sides. Look at the choices of the teachers and the children on number 60 high school's side. They can go back and forth freely." "Understood." The sixth wife nodded. "Thank you for your hard work, luminous immortal." "You're welcome, madam. Also, help me get ready. I'm going out." "What are you going to do, sixth wife?" "I'm just going to the Buddhist temple to pray for blessings. We have guests coming from afar, and this is a small token of my appreciation." "Yes." At the same time, on the other side of the Ryoko family mansion, Hideshi Juya was also having a secret discussion with the one-eyed warrior next to him. "I think this student exchange program is aimed at me." Hideshi Juya frowned. Together with the one-eyed warrior, he had planned the riot of the replica version of the ghost book with the intention of killing Ryoko, but for some reason, the powerful ghosts that had been released had all been eradicated. The powerful ghosts that had been released were all eradicated, and Jimiya Ryoko had successfully escaped from danger without suffering any damage at all. The riot program can't be used a second time in a short period of time, and it's hard to find any evidence. "I handled it very cleanly, young master." Standing on one side, the one-eyed warrior said, "Besides, our informants have already confirmed that Miss Ryoko is still in Huashio Nation. There's no need to panic. I thought this was just an ordinary student exchange program. But I heard that eldest Miss son of Huaguo Water Curtain Group is coming, that's why I'm relieved." The one-eyed warrior smiled. "Miss Ryoko and that eldest Miss son have always had a grudge against each other. I also heard that on the first day Miss Ryoko went to number 60 high school, she fell into this eldest Miss son's trap. She was drugged with a hallucinogenic drug that wasn't fatal. This embarrassed Miss Ryoko for a while. So that's what happened." Hideshi Juya was surprised. "That's right." The one-eyed warrior continued, "Since the two of them don't get along, I think our chance might have come." "What do you mean?" He looked at the one-eyed warrior. The one-eyed warrior said, "If we can take advantage of eldest Miss Sun's participation in this exchange meet to befriend her, we might not even need to deal with her. This is the art of war, killing with a borrowed knife." Hideshi Juya smiled coldly. "Killing with a borrowed knife?" Jiu Gong Shoshir sneered, "Killing with a borrowed knife?" Hideshi Juya had long heard of what kind of person Lotus Sun was. Winning over such a eldest miss was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Besides, Huaguo Water Curtain Group and the Jogong family were essentially competitors. Hideshi Juya racked his brains, but he didn't think that Lotus Sun would so easily join the Jogong family's dispute. No matter how hard Hideshi racked his brains, he didn't think that Lotus Sun would easily join the Jogong family's dispute. If this matter came to light, Huaguo Water Curtain Group might be affected to some extent. It would be foolish for her to casually join another family's internal war. Miss Lotus Sun doesn't lack for anything, whether it's money or material goods, so we can only find another way. Therefore, we have no choice but to find another way." At this time, the one-eyed warrior wore a cold smile on his fiendish face, sending chills down everyone's spines. Hideshi Juya was curious. "You have a way?" "I have another piece of information. It's said that this Miss Lotus Sun and a classmate with the surname Wang have been involved in a scandal," the one-eyed warrior said. The one-eyed warrior said, "And this time, among the people accompanying us, there are 2 other exchange students with the surname Wang. I just don't know which one of them it is." When the one-eyed warrior said this, Hideshi Juya's expression instantly lit up. "I understand." "You want to?" He knew his one-eyed warrior's style too well. "That's right. Since we can't win eldest Miss Sun over with money or material goods, we can start with the boy she likes. Then, we'll start with the boy Miss Lotus Sun likes. There might be a chance. The one-eyed warrior said, but because we're not sure which one she likes in the group with the surname Wang. We can only tie up those two boys. Will that work? Hideshi Juya suddenly felt that this plan wasn't reliable. It's just two foundation establishment boys. They won't be able to resist at all. The one-eyed warrior said confidently, even if there's a teacher guarding them, we just need to lure him away. It won't turn into a diplomatic incident, will it? Hideshi Juya was still worried. These two boys come from very ordinary families. It might be difficult for ordinary existences like them to cause a splash. I still hope that young master can think things through. This is the best opportunity right now. The one-eyed warrior felt that he had already considered this matter very thoroughly. Although he seemed to be threatening Miss Sun on the surface, this operation wasn't aimed at her, after all. It would be too exaggerated to escalate to a diplomatic issue. Moreover, he wouldn't really kill the two boys, nor did he have to kidnap them. He just had to cater to their preferences and keep them under surveillance for a period of time. The overall risk of the operation was very low, and once he succeeded, he would be able to win over Miss Sun's support. He even felt that he could retire. With Miss Sun's financial resources, he didn't have to worry about Hideshi Juya being unable to assume the position of head of the family. However, whether this matter would succeed or not depended on Hideshi Juya's opinion. The one-eyed warrior was only a fighter, an errand boy, and a strategist. He couldn't overstep his authority when it came to critical decisions. This was also out of respect for his late master, Hideshi Juya's birth mother. After hearing the one-eyed warrior's opinion, Hideshi Juya sat in his wheelchair and thought for a long time as if he was in a daze. There wasn't much time left for him. This time, the riot plan of the copy of the ghost record failed, although it did not directly kill Kumiya Ryoko. However, it also made Hideshi Juya notice the power of Madame Lu. Madame Lu represented Sun Island's most famous underworld organization, the Star Pluckers. In other words, the Star Pluckers also wanted to interfere in the future head of the family election. This was something that Hideshi Juya hadn't expected. If they wanted to contend with the Star Pluckers in the future, they wouldn't be able to rely on the chips they had. They needed more powerful reinforcements in order to do so. At this thought, Hideshi Juya couldn't help taking a deep breath. Man proposes, God disposes. So, young master's answer is? Asked the one-eyed warrior. Hideshi Juya gritted his teeth. Do it. It was Monday, December 14th, morning. Wang Ling and Lotus Sun arrived at Songhai International Boat Yard on time. Through the airport's huge glass windows and bright sunlight, Wang Ling saw huge immortal boats moored on the immortal boat yard. Wang Ling hadn't slept at all last night. It wasn't for any other reason, but because he had been calculating the pocket money he had saved up. Compared with Lotus Sun, his pocket money clearly wasn't enough, and probably didn't even have a fraction of what he had. Wang Ling transferred all the New Year's money and the pocket money that Father Wang had given him into his phone wallet. Total, 87.20. 3. Including the 5,000 yuan that Mother Wang had provided for him before he went abroad this time, Wang Ling only had a little over 13,000 yuan on him. To sum it up in one word, poor. In Wang Ling's opinion, it indeed wasn't enough to save up for 16 years. Of course, there were various reasons for this. For example, the limited edition crispy noodle snacks he had bought, and Father Wang had docked his pocket money for no reason. All of these were reasons why Wang Ling's wallet had shrunk year after year. The main point was that he still couldn't use his abilities to make money. This was a big headache. He estimated that his little sister Anwan's birth date was approaching, and he wanted to take advantage of this trip abroad to buy her some interesting gifts, little clothes, little shoes, little pants. But given the prices abroad, it would be very difficult for Wang Ling to make a big splash with the little money he had. Infant products were expensive nowadays. The same brand of clothes would cost the same amount of fabric, but the price would still be the same. So, was he going to take advantage of this time to work on Sun Island? To make more money? Last night, Wang Ling had been seriously thinking about the issue of funds. There was no way he would trouble Lotus Sun to buy Anwan a gift. His own good intentions would be completely different if he took someone else's money. Although he knew that if he asked, given that Missy's temper, she might book the entire shopping mall for him to choose from. But that would be too high profile, and there was no need for it. So it wasn't a bad idea to do odd jobs to make more money. The Jiugong family was an aristocratic family on Sun Island that hunted ghosts and exorcised demons to begin with, so there was no need to worry about a lack of jobs in this area. When the time came, Wang Ling reckoned that as long as he made some inquiries, it shouldn't be a problem for him to get rid of some demons and ghosts. For Wang Ling, slaying demons and exorcising demons didn't count as using his abilities, because he actually didn't need to use his abilities at all. As long as he stood there for a moment, those ghosts would be scared out of their wits. Thus, in order to make it easier for him to take on missions, Wang Ling spent some time studying Sun Island's native language. It had to be said that learning a language was very difficult. Every country had different characters, and pronunciation was also very important. It had to be said that it took Wang Ling about 3 minutes to learn Sun Island's native language. This was indeed very difficult for Wang Ling. It didn't seem that it had taken him that long to learn Shinto and Fate Dao back then. After passing through the green visa channel first with Lotus Sun noticed that Wang Ling's expression was solemn and seemed a little autistic. She pulled Zhuo aside, who had come to see them off, and asked quietly, "Senior Zhuo, do you know what's wrong with classmate Wang Ling?" If she hadn't known Wang Ling's true strength, Lotus Sun would definitely have thought that Wang Ling most likely hadn't slept well or was sick. But now, it was clear that something was on his mind. This slow-witted blockhead always liked to keep things to himself, and Lotus Sun always felt like she didn't know what to do. The girl had no other choice but to ask Zhuo. "This? I'm not too sure either." Zhuo scratched his face awkwardly. But looking at Shifu's expression, there can only be two possibilities. 1. There are no limited edition crispy noodle snacks on Sun Island. Alright, that was very Wang Ling, then what about the second possibility? Maybe his pocket money has been deducted again, said Zhuo. This actually reminded Lotus Sun of something. Naturally, the most worrying thing about going abroad was a lack of money. If it was a problem in this regard, the girl thought it was possible. She felt that she should have thought of it long ago, since Anwan's hatching day was approaching. It was likely that Wang Ling was currently worrying about the gift for Anwan's hatching day. Money had never been a problem for Lotus Sunday. But the truth was that she was well aware of the significance of this gift for Anwan, which was also why Wang Ling had kept it to himself. If he hadn't used his own pocket money to buy a gift for his little sister, it probably wouldn't have meant anything at all, right? She wanted to support Wang Ling, but given this blockhead's personality, he definitely wouldn't take it. And so, as they walked, Lotus Sun also became autistic like Wang Ling. There's always a way. Zhuo dropped his forehead into his hand and smiled bitterly helplessly as he comforted her in a low voice. Take advantage of this time abroad to communicate with Shifu. I will. Lotus Sun nodded. Zhuo then took the two autistic youngsters to the VIP lounge before departure. All the formalities had been completed. They just had to wait for the immortal boat to open. Wang Ling shut himself away in the lounge for a while. A few minutes later, there was a broadcast for takeoff nearby. At that moment, a tall young man who was wrapped up in an extremely disguise walked toward them on his slender legs. As soon as he got close, he reached out to rub Wang Ling's head. Sorry, Ling Ling. I'm late. It was Wang Ming's voice. Wang Ling raised his head and saw that not only had Wang Ming disguised himself, even his appearance had changed, and was completely different from Wang Ming's original appearance. It looked like Wang Ming had used an elixir that could be molded to reconstruct his facial features. Wang Ming's disguise wasn't good-looking, but it wasn't ugly either. It was the kind of common face that would be easily forgotten in a vast sea of people. And this was exactly what the officials wanted Wang Ming to achieve. After a lot of effort, he finally managed to reunite with Wang Ling and Lotus Sun here, and Wang Ming was extremely excited. He plopped down on the sofa and directly wrapped an arm around Wang Ling's neck. There was a mischievous smile on his face, and it was hard to conceal his idiotic personality. I only finished the approval process in the wee hours of the morning. I just want to go abroad with my little brother and sister-in-law. It's not easy. Wang Ling, Lotus Sun immediately blushed. Brother Ming, don't joke with me, it doesn't matter now, but after we go out, you must remember to call me second brother, Wang Ming reminded him. Okay, second brother. Also, I have to tell you that when we get there, we have to wait for Dee and Senior Golden Lamp at the Immortal Boatyard on Sun Island. They were busy with my business last night, and haven't finished their own approval process yet. That's why we have to wait for Class 1, Wang Ming said telepathically. This wasn't telepathy, but Wang Ming's direct use of his brain waves to communicate telepathically. For an ordinary person's brain waves to be developed to this extent, Wang Ming was indeed the only person in the world who could do this. So it was no wonder the officials had been so cautious in approving Wang Ming. At that moment, Wang Ming suddenly frowned. There was a wary look in his eyes as he continued to use his brain waves to secretly communicate with Wang Ling and Lotus Sunday. Do you feel anything? Wang Ling and Lotus Sun both nodded. Someone was watching them. Furthermore, this person was a passenger on the same flight as them. He was a man in a woolen hat, sunglasses and a black down jacket. How's the situation? At that moment, a voice came from the man's mini headset. Don't worry, everything is going smoothly. Be careful, don't get caught, don't worry, it's just 3 Foundation establishment students. They can't even complete this little task. How can I face young master? Although he had been using sunglasses and pretending to read the newspaper to demonstrate, this person clearly hadn't expected that the moment he harbored ill intentions, he had already been targeted by the people he was monitoring. Even more so, he hadn't expected the 3 people he was monitoring. One was the most powerful brain on Earth. Another was the most powerful Foundation establishment cultivator on Earth. And the last was Earth's father. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.